Friends Auditorium in Des Moines, Iowa. Iowa Public Television Sports presents our 20th anniversary coverage of the High School Wrestling Championships, a tournament that started with 624 competitors and now has only 78 remaining. This evening, 3 team titles will be determined and 39 individual champions will be crowned. Good evening, everybody. I'm Doug Brown with Tim Johnson, and here we are. We just got done celebrating our 15th anniversary of college wrestling, and what happens?
Well, believe it or not, it's our 20th anniversary of covering high school wrestling. I was in high school when you guys started this.
Yeah, well, I was standing right here doing what I'm doing now. We've loved every minute of it. I'll tell you, maybe 20 years for us, but this tournament started back in 1926.
Well, I think there's an interesting story. Our Grand Marshal tonight, Bo Cameron, won his first state title at 95 pounds for Cresco 60 years ago. You know who wrestled behind him on that Cresco team?
I have no idea.
Coach Harold Nichols.
I thought he always made the team. Apparently not. Well, we have 3 mats going tonight as usual, 1A, 2A, and 3A. We can only start on one. We can only show you one at a time. So in order we go with the rotation system of the Iowa High School Athletic Association. This year, that means we go as easy as 1, 2, 3. 1A first for the first 4 weights, 2A for the next 4, 3A for the last 4, except for heavyweight, where we're going to start with 2A tonight because there's a possibility of a 3-time champion there. And if we miss something, our ace floor reporters Dick Trotter and Dean Borg are back with us again this year, and they'll tell you everything that you missed on the match you can't see.
And we're going to see some outstanding matches in the other mats tonight.
I think there's no doubt about it. You know, you talk about President Bush's 1,000 points of light. I think about half of those wrestle for Lisbon, Iowa.
Well, Lisbon is famous for their family tradition, and the Light brothers are no exception. Ike Light, only a sophomore, going for his 2nd state championship tonight. Shane, his brother, was a 4-timer. Zach, his older brother, is going for his 2nd title tonight. Ike Light, very mentally tough. What he doesn't have in physical power, he makes up with mat savvy.
But up at heavyweight, there's plenty of power there. It's Brian Moritz going for his 3rd title tonight at 2A.
Well, when you consider he is a 260-pounder that wrestles like a 125-pounder, he runs the 40 and 4.9. He's a 2-time All-State football player. It's not a surprise that he's won 88 matches in a row, the longest in Iowa.
And our 3A spotlight tonight will be on a team that is winning the title. It's Dowling, and Mark Fox is one of their outstanding youngsters.
Mark Fox may be the best senior recruit this year out of Iowa. He's really definitely a top recruit because he won convincingly last night over the 2nd-ranked kid. He's got great 2nd and 3rd effort.
So you just tuned in and you want to know how is your team doing? How are they going coming into the final night after this afternoon's consolations? And with me I have Ron Seaman, who is the editor and publisher of the now legendary wrestling newsletter, The Predicament, here in Iowa. Let's talk about what's happening. First of all, 3A. Is it sewed up?
Doug, 3A is probably sewed up. West Des Moines Dowling is going to win their 2nd consecutive state championship, and with all the accolades there have been for Dowling, you can't believe that it's only happened this one time that they've won 2 in a row. But yes, they're going to win. Now
at 2A, we had a dogfight in 2A today. Is that still alive?
Well, it's a possibility, but probably not. We have a Cinderella coach here, Scott Liller, a first-year coach, and he brought a wonderful team down here. Manchester's really been kicking people around this year. Brought 8 qualifiers in. I have to say that New Hampton, Arlen Severson, he's still hopeful that maybe his 3 against their 2, with the grace of the gods, he might do it.
At 1A, though, Lisbon thought they were going to do it again and couldn't.
Well, Lisbon, it's finally caught up with them. You know, Ron Peterson at Clarksville said you got to let the dogs run, and finally Lisbon's catching up with, or Clarksville's catching up with those Lisbon Lions. You know, they've gotten 2nd behind Lisbon a couple of years, and I know that Ron Peterson's really happy to get Clarksville into the lead for once. It'll
be a great night, Ron. Thank you very much. Ron Seaman of the Predicament newsletter. There's where the team standings are at the moment. It's going to be a 3-ring circus, and it's just about to start.
Well, I think it's very important for our viewers to know that if you care about somebody and they placed in this tournament, we'll cover it. You'll see them. We cover every award ceremony.
And it's coming up next. It's our 20th year of covering the Iowa High School Wrestling Association's tournament in Des Moines, coming up next on Iowa Public Television.
Join us Sunday afternoon as Festival gets underway with Victor Borge's 80th birthday celebration. Then, see how TV Worth Watching can touch you when we introduce John Bradshaw's new series on reclaiming our inner child. Sunday evening, discover the wonders of nature. First, in a journey down the Colorado River. Then, among the elephants of Africa. And see the stars come out Sunday night. Julie Andrews in concert at 9, followed by Joan Baez. All here on Iowa Public Television. See the wonders TV Worth Watching can reveal during Festival.
A scientific expedition sets off to explore the waters of Vancouver Island, the island of whales. This rugged coastline was home to thousands of whales, greys, killers, and humpbacks. In the last century, their numbers drastically declined. Can the whales make a comeback? Gregory Peck narrates a spectacular voyage of discovery, swimming with whales, next time on Nova.
See it Tuesday at 7 or again Saturday, March 9th.
We're back at the 1991 High School Wrestling Championships at Veterans Auditorium in Des Moines. And now let's join PA announcer Mo Kelly for tonight's opening ceremonies.
It's Grand March time. Ladies and gentlemen, for your viewing pleasure, some of the top young high school athletes in our nation, the place winners at our 1991 State High School Wrestling Tournament, led by 1991 Grand March Escort, a Cresco and Cedar Rapids Jefferson great, Paul Bo Cameron. High School, 1A, 2A, and 3A. At the end of a big tournament, we still have the finals. Now that we're going to have our national anthem by the Des Moines East High Marching Scarlet, directed by Craig Schwartz. To sing our national anthem, a student from Galva Holstein High School, a wrestling cheerleader, Belinda Lanning.
Belinda Lanning, who's a 17-year-old senior at Holstein, Galva Holstein High School. She's a wrestling cheerleader captain, and she won an Outstanding Performance Award at the State Music Contest. These are the Grand March participants. They get into the Grand March by winning one of the top 6 places in their weight class, whether it's 1A, 2A, or 3A. You were out there at one time, TJ.
Well, there's Bo Cameron right there. I'll tell you what, he's a great one, and you know, to go on with that story, Coach Nichols and he went ahead and went to Michigan, had great careers, and were roommates together at Michigan. But back to your point, as far as this has to be one of the highest exhilarations of these young men's life so far.
Now we are going to be seeing more of our opening ceremonies, but we have some terrific wrestling that's coming up ahead. And earlier tonight, Tim and I had a chance to talk to both of the 2A contending coaches. Coach Severson, where are you coming into the finals?
Well, we're about 12 points behind right now. The consolations, we got a little behind this afternoon. And that's where we won it last year. I knew that's what we had to do this year, and we couldn't quite do it.
In the finals, so you have any people that could win it for you?
Yes, it'd have to be a miracle. We'd have to win all 3 in the finals, and they wouldn't win any, and we'd tie.
Scott, it's your first year as a head coach, and here you are in the driver's seat for the state championship. Did you dream about it that way?
Well, I think the team and the coaches have been dreaming about this since this summer, and we've been working hard since this summer. And yeah, it's finally becoming reality, and we just need to put it all together tonight to finish it off. You know, I think we've got destiny in our own hands right now, and that's the way I'd like to have it.
Well, what a feeling that must be in your first year as a coach.
Wow.
To win a state championship.
Some people wait so long. In fact, we'll talk about some of the coaches tonight that have been in programs 9 and 10 years, and this is the first time they've had finalists. So that is a really neat feeling that Scott Litterer has to have. He'll treasure it.
Now let's go back to Mo Kelly for some of the honorary moments of this night's grand opening ceremonies, the awards. Mo Kelly.
Ladies and gentlemen, wasn't that national anthem kind of special tonight? As the war was winding down and the wrestling tournament was approaching, I couldn't help but think about all those men and women that were representing you and I overseas. They didn't know what was going to happen, when it was going to happen, how it was going to happen. It had to be a tough situation for them. But you know, I'll bet a lot of those men and women over there participated in high school activities. I'll bet a lot of them were wrestlers. And they knew all about discipline, teamwork, pride, loyalty, and all those other good things that come with participation. Aren't we proud to be Americans, and aren't we proud that our kids have opportunities like that to participate in a program like this? At this time, I'd like to recognize our 1991 Grand March escort. This gentleman, he must have been born with wrestling in his blood. He's been involved in wrestling in so many ways. As a matter of fact, 60 years ago tonight, I understand, he won a state high school title representing Cresco High School. He also won another championship during his high school days. Then he went on and participated in wrestling at the University of Michigan. He went into coaching eventually, coached at Cedar Rapids Jefferson, and guided a team to a state championship. Then he tried to retire. Bill McNeil took over at Jefferson and talked him into coming out as an assistant to him, and that combination produced 2 more state wrestling championships. But that isn't all. He was also an official, a wrestling official for 12 years, good enough in 6 of those years to be invited to officiate at our state wrestling tournament. What a tremendous representative of all of you wrestling folks. Here he is, our Grand March escort, Paul Bo Cameron. For many years now, we've been inducting members into our High School Wrestling Hall of Fame. This is co-sponsored by the Iowa High School Athletic Association and the Iowa Wrestling Coaches and Officials Association. We have some inductees that we'd like to honor at this time, and to make the presentation representing the Athletic Association is Assistant Executive Director Dave Hardy. And our first inductee, longtime coach at Johnston High School. He was a fine wrestler himself at Drake University. As a matter of fact, good enough to be a most valuable performer there and also captain of the team. He's been at Johnston for over 20 years, has had only 2 teams that have not had winning seasons, has about 200 wins in his career. Our Hall of Fame inductee is Frank Baltzley, still the head coach at Johnston. He's accompanied by his wife, Nancy. Mark Stevenson came out of that powerhouse wrestling community of Britt and won 3 individual state championships after being a runner-up in his freshman season. They've had some great wrestlers at Britt, and Mark was one of the best. He went on to the University of Iowa. He participated on championship teams, both state high school and NCAA championship teams. He lives out in California now and could not be with us this evening, but standing in for him is Jeff Stevenson, his brother, standing in for Mark Stevenson, the great wrestler from Britt. Lonnie Timmerman was at Greenfield High School and won 100 of his meets during a short 6-year career. He then went to Drake University and is still the head coach at Drake. There are only about 4 or 5 Division I college coaches that have won 300 victories, and Lonnie is one of them. Also, Lonnie's kind of known for his uniqueness in really helping the sport of wrestling in some different ways. For one thing, it was more or less his idea to start a Grand March, and he did it not only at the high school level, but they do it now at the NCAA level at his urging. He also had a lot to do with getting some television coverage back in the early days for the sport of wrestling. Lonnie couldn't be with us this evening, but we're very happy his wife's here. Paula Timmerman standing in for Dr. Lonnie Timmerman. Clint Young is another fella that's been involved in successful wrestling in many, many ways. He was a state champion himself, Algona High School, NCAA champion at UNI. And then he's been a successful coach, first at Grundy Center and in recent years at Emmetsburg. A couple of his teams have won state championships. Just a tremendous record by this young man, and we're happy to honor him this evening. Hall of Fame coach from Emmetsburg, Clint Young, accompanied by his wife, Suzanne. Al De Leon is a native of Minnesota, but we won't hold that against him. He had a tremendous record as a high school wrestler up there, winning 3 championships, and one time had a string of 62 straight wins in his high school career. He went on to Mankato State and placed a couple of times in NCAA competition. He came to Britt as a head coach, has been there for a number of years, and my, oh my, what a record he's had. 3 state championship teams, 6 other teams that have finished second, and you can imagine all the great wrestlers that he has coached as individuals, like the Stevenson, the Kellys, many others. Al De Leon, Hall of Fame coach from Britt, accompanied by his wife Lois. We don't have too many individuals in our state that have won 4 straight individual championships. I believe it's 7 right now. But when this next fellow was wrestling, he became just the 3rd to do that, to win 4 straight championships. Quite a feat. He then went on to UNI and was a successful varsity wrestler for the Panthers. And we'd like to honor him this evening as another of our Hall of Fame inductees. He's now in business in his hometown of Wouldn't You Know, Lisbon, that great wrestling community. And here he is, Hall of Famer Scott Morningstar, accompanied by his wife Jackie. And another of our more successful coaches, this gentleman was induced into starting the Southeast Folk program some 27 years ago. He got her going, and he's been there ever since. And in almost every one of those years, he's had a winning season. I think he's just missed it 2 or 3 times. He's had a top 10 team on several occasions, has had some fine individuals as well, and we'd like to induct him into our Coaches Hall of Fame. His name is Red Owens. He's the head coach at Southeast Folk. He just got his 200th win, by the way, the other day, and he's accompanied by his sons, Pat and Jason. Red Owens of Southeast Folk. That's it. How about another round of applause for our Hall of Fame selection? We have a very, very successful organization called the Iowa Wrestling Coaches and Officials Organization. They've really been working hard to promote their sport. They've done a tremendous job. In fact, this year they went over 1,000 in memberships for the very first time. That's a great feat, and I'm sure they're proud of it. And we have representing them the officers who will make the presentations to our Coaches of the Year. I'll introduce the officers. Al Billings is the president. He's the coach at Belle Plaine. Doug Guilford is the coach at Starmont. He's the vice president. Secretary-treasurer is Jim Kenyon, the coach at Roland Story. And Jim Steyert, former coach, former official. He's the executive secretary, and he's from State Center, West Marshall. Okay, our Coaches of the Year. You know, we talk a lot about wins and losses, but for this first gentleman, I'm not going to mention any of that. I'm just going to tell you what he told me. He's been coaching quite some time, and obviously with great success, because he's been voted by his peers as the 1A Coach of the Year. But he said, you know, I had a youngster who was handicapped. No hands, one leg. He won a varsity tournament championship. When he came over, the look in that young man's eyes and the hug that he gave me, it's something I'll never forget. It's the greatest thrill I've ever had as a coach. Our 1A Coach of the Year from Belmont Clemmy is Al Yoder. His assistants is Mike Sinwell. And I said the wrong name, and I apologize, Al. It's John, not Al. Okay, our 2A Coach of the Year from Winterset has had outstanding teams, has really built the program up there. He has 156 wins and only 44 losses at this stage of his career, and the team is in the top 5 right now in the 2A standings. Our 2A Coach of the Year from Winterset, Gary Christensen. And his assistants are Dennis Binns and Dan Beebe. The 3A Coach of the Year. Here's another school that has had great success in recent years particularly. And Jim Kimball has been coaching for 12 years. But in the last 10 years, they've had 6 teams in the top 10 in their class at state. So they've got her going, a very solid program. The 3A Coach of the Year, as voted by all the other coaches and officials in the state, Jim Kimball of Cedar Rapids Prairie. His assistant coaches are Floyd Smith and Chuck Harden. You know, to have a solid program at the varsity level, you have to have some good instruction down at the lower level. And each year, a junior high Coach of the Year is selected. I don't think I have to say a thing more other than this gentleman has given 33 years to coaching wrestling at the junior high level. Junior high Coach of the Year, Don Reese from Edgewood, Colesburg. And our official of the year, he's been at it for a total of 15 years, has been in our state meet 8 years. In fact, he's in this year as an official at our state meet, and that's official of the year, John Monroe. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it. Thank you very much for your attention. Let's wrestle.
And our congratulations to all of tonight's award winners. We'll be back with our first weight class in just a moment.
Hello, I'm Dan Miller, Director of Programming for Iowa Public Television. Beginning March 3rd, this stage will be alive with the sights and sounds of festival. Iowa Public Television's 2-week programming spectacular, showcasing the very finest of what this network has to offer. Throughout the year, you turn to us for TV worth watching. Once a year, we turn to you. 84% of the cost of our programming comes from contributions from people like you, Iowans who believe that their investment in Iowa Public Television returns countless dividends. Iowans who know how important it is to work together for a common goal during troubled times. So if you think your contributions aren't important to our efforts, think again. They are. Please join or renew your membership in Friends of Iowa Public Television during Festival 91.
Iowa Public Television.
TV worth watching. IPTV.
We're back look at Veterans Auditorium in Des Moines, Iowa. They're cleaning up the mats here after the Grand March went over them to make sure that they're all in a good shape before we start the 3 weight classes, the early weight class and the 3 different classifications of high school size. It may be that you don't tune in to our wrestling coverage except when maybe your grandson or somebody is going to wrestle and you want to know how they get scored. Well, here's how we do it. This is the way the team scored. If you win first place in this tournament, you get 16 points and on right down to 2. So you see how important it is to get to the finals. The scores that we give you as we go along include the highest place that anybody will have won up till now. So they'll add 4 points to the winner. Now that's the team scoring. This is how you do it in the scoring for extra points besides those ones you just saw. If you win by a fall or a forfeit or a disqualification, advance in the championship round or consolation round, you get those points to go with it. Now that just has to do with the results. But inside each match, this is the way they score. A takedown, getting advantage over the other man from a neutral position is worth 2, as is a reversal, just changing positions. A near fall, holding a person in a near fall position for less than 5 seconds is 2 points. If you hold them for 5 seconds, it's 3. Those are big point getters. An escape is 1. And we're going to have 1A coming up very quickly here. In just a little while, we're going to be starting with 1A with Peter Taft and Tony Milkoff from Mason City Newman and Cedar Rapids LaSalle. And earlier tonight, too, we had a chance to talk with the team that seems to be the coach of the team who is leading here. Coming into tonight's final round, it's Ron Peterson of Clarksville, and here's what he had to say. Coach, you got it wrapped up. Can you relax?
Well, I can relax a little bit. I'd like to see our kids do well in the finals. It's an awesome feeling to have the championship wrapped up before the finals, and it's a real tribute to our fans, our parents who worked hard, and the kids have just done a great job of coming in the morning, lifting and drilling and working hard, and it's a great feeling.
Well, you know, he just mentioned that Coach Ron Peterson said to me, he says, I'm going to tell you all about the kids, but I want to say one thing. Tell the fans and the parents that they're the best in the state. I think my Clarksville people are the best in the state. How many coaches would echo that about their fans? This is a great wrestling state, and the coaches really want people to know that they appreciate them.
And there are a lot of them here, too, because Veterans Auditorium is full right up to the corners, as usual. By the time they counted them up on yesterday, there were more than 14,000 people were in here during the afternoon quarterfinals. Let's take a look at the 1A team standings as we come into these final rounds. The 1A championship team appears to be Clarksville with 100 points. Lisbon coming in had a better dual meet team because they had fewer holes, but Clarksville had the horses where they needed them.
Yeah, it's in the past, Clarksville's they've been finalists in that dual meet for a long time. This is the first year out of it, but what a way to make up for not being in the dual meet state championship to win the one they've never won before.
Now, we told you again that we are going to be carrying 1A through the first 4 weights, then 2A, then 3A. And that means there will be 2 weight classes being wrestled that you won't be seeing at the same time. We'll try to keep you up, however, on what's going on. It just works out that it is best if we stick to one match and try to be in a rotation system as fair as we possibly can. But we'll tell you who are in the other matches. We have at 1A, Peter Taft versus Tony Milkoff in 1A. We'll be watching that. In other matches, AA, the finalists are Paul Wilkerson of Wapello. I should say Morning Sun. That's your old school, right? And Brad Meineke, Jefferson Scranton. And then in the AAA, it's Jeff Bellows of Lewis Central of Council Bluffs against Council Bluffs Abe Lincoln. Darren Hop-Kopic. So Council Bluffs is wrestling it out in the 3A class. But at 1A, it's Peter Taft here against Tony Milkoff. And these wrestlers coming into the final round, 1A, were ranked through the year at the last poll of the Des Moines Register, number 1 and number 3, I believe. Taft was the top-ranked wrestler.
Well, Taft was 3rd in the state last year at 103, so he's coming back. He's a veteran, and he's really tough. But what do you say about a freshman that's 36-0? That's Tony Milkoff from Cedar Rapids, LaSalle. A freshman has not lost yet.
Here's how they got here. Taft won a pin in his first match. Then he beat 4th-ranked Kirk Eckness, who finished 3rd, by the way. in the second round, then won an overtime against Matt Brown of Corydon to get into the finals. And Tony Milkoff won 3 decisions, one of them in overtime, and then had a technical fall in his last match. And Taft of Mason City Newman is in the green. The other way around. He's in the purple on the maroon on the right. Peter Taft against Tony Milkoff. Milkoff on the left as they size each other up. The referee, by the way, is Arlo Flagey of Waverly, a veteran official in the state of Iowa.
His 23rd year here at the state tournament as an official.
Now in high school wrestling, each period is 2 minutes long. 2, 2, and 2.
You know, these two young men have something in common, Doug. They both listed their 3 favorite wrestlers as being the Brands brothers and Zappadol. You think they take attention to those first 3 weights at the Iowa Hawkeyes?
Taft has the front headlock on Milkoff, although neither man has scored. Peter Taft again made something of a low shot there, and neither man has been successful coming at it from the outside so far. We're just starting our coverage, and both men are warned here. Arlo Flagey says, you've got to be a little more aggressive than that, fellas. I know you're nervous, but go at it. We just started. Again in the front headlock position, Peter Taft of Mason City Newman, ranked number 1, but his opponent is undefeated, Tony Milkoff. Still keeping that general front headlock position. How much time do they use? They've used more than a minute. It's about 40 seconds to go in the first period. Tim Johnson is here, and I'm Doug Brown on Iowa Public Television.
Both wrestlers like to try to control the head. They like to work off the head right here, and Pete Taft has tried a few shuck bys and snap downs, but hasn't been able to get around Tony Milkoff.
A nice drag, almost a lateral drop there for that situation, and he did not score with it.
It's been good defense and good balance by Tony Milkoff from LaSalle.
Pretty good freshman.
Like I said, what do you say about a freshman at 36-0? Except, wow.
Well, he won an overtime match his first round. He got the butterflies out against Mike Adams of Riceville. He won 14-4 in overtime, so he had quite an overtime period.
Break. Green, your choice.
All right, the end of the first period, the choice goes to Milkoff. He defers. Taft says, I will go down.
Stay set.
He starts on the bottom. That means that Milkoff will take his choice in the last period. Taft comes to his feet immediately. He doesn't have any hand control, though. Milkoff is controlling him very well. Out of bounds. No score. There's no such thing as riding time in high school. You're well aware of that if you're a high school wrestling fan. Out of bounds with just a few seconds gone in the second period, 1:48.
Lots of times as a freshman, you come into high school pretty good on your feet, but it's how you do on the top. And right there, the veteran was able to reverse the freshman for 2 points.
Taft switched him right off the whistle and got the first 2 points of the match. 2 points for a reversal. A reversal of control. And now he goes to work. The idea is to put your opponents back to the mat. The referee is going to watch you and make sure you try to do it all the time. Keep at it, push, push, push.
I think one of the things that grows with experience is your mat wrestling technique. And that's the one thing that this person has right here. Pete Taft, Mason City. He's trying to drive that bar right there. He's in tight and has Milkoff flat and just really controlling the mat.
Arlo Flagey is watching the angle of the shoulder. Nobody's going to be allowed to do a damaging hold in there. But he's putting all the pressure in the world on Milkoff. Look at him tie up the arm in the back.
Get off the side, work for a fall.
Arlo Flagey is saying, get off to the side. If you stay parallel with the man, you're out working. And Flagey now gives a point to Taft on top because the bottom man isn't working hard enough, he says.
Well, you got to come to your base to be able to get out.
You've been penalized down the bottom. Let's go.
And he's going to get out.
Taft got a little bit too high, and it's now 3-1 for the first point for Milkoff. He's in this match with 20 seconds to go in the second period. He has the front headlock. Double underhook now. Trying to make a
Let's go, both up.
Lots of times when you come in as a freshman, the last few years that you've been wrestling, it's been like in the kids freestyle circuit, and you don't spend too much time on the mat. He's a lot more comfortable, Milkoff is, on his feet, but he hasn't been able to execute a takedown yet.
Yes, Taft has the only one. It's 3-1. We're almost out of time in the second period, and it will end right here. 3-1 in favor of the man on your left.
Over on Matt, on the 2A mat, Paul Wilkerson from Wapello is ahead right now 6-2 with a minute and a half left in the third and last period. 6-2 for Paul Wilkerson right now over Brad Meineke from Jefferson Scranton.
The 1A match, Kopic is ahead of Bellows 7-3 in the 3A match.
Watch that arm.
And now here we are again at 2A.
Get her straight.
With Milkoff on the bottom, he has a 3-1 lead to make up because Taft on top leads by 2. And Taft has been tough up there. Now Milkoff is in a position where he can turn in on these men.
Potentially dangerous.
When the referee puts his hand behind his head like that, that means potentially dangerous, and he won't let it go. He'll stop us. He'll go back out and start in the referee's position again.
There's Coach Dan Connor in his first year as head coach. He came out of Lisbon several years ago, went to UNI, and then was Dick Briggs' assistant at Cedar Rapids Jeff. And now in his first year, he has a freshman in the finals. And he has another person in the finals later on.
Taft against Milkoff. Milkoff is the freshman. He's the man on the bottom. Now Taft looks like he's looked for a second as if he's going to get a little high, but there's not a lot of time left. 3-1 lead for Taft with 1:10 to go. We're at 103 pounds, the first weight class of our wrestling championship. There's a reversal for Milkoff. 3-3.
With only 1 minute, less than 1 minute left in the last period.
Redbeard's still down there.
Now the question comes, what's the strategy, TJ?
That's right here on the replay. You see him get his head off the mat. See? He got his head up, and then he rolled, had a little kind of a side roll there, came up on top. And that's a good question as he asked because
he has to ride him for 55 seconds.
Yeah, I don't know whether he can. He's got to watch locked hands. Inexperience on top may come about here, so he may want to go on his feet.
You may want to let him out and then try to take him down.
Take him back down. Circle out.
And I'm not sure he's going to just ride as hard as he can, and we'll see what his coach wants him to do.
Paul Wilkerson from Wapello is about to win a state championship with only 10 seconds left. He's up 7-2 in the 2A 103 class.
Take it up.
And Darren Kopic is ahead 7-4 with about a half a minute left at 3A.
Wilkerson's a state champion. The junior from Wapello wins the state championship after finishing 5th last year. And his dad's one of the coaches. That's always fun.
Tony Milkoff here at 2A continues to ride, but, you know, he's in a dangerous position.
Yes, he is. He's got to cast down. Look at
He can't stay where he is. He can't let the man escape with almost no time left because it's a 1 point you can't make up.
Remember, he's got a stalling warning, too. LaSalle wrestler has a stalling warning. He's got to hang on here. He's committed himself to the ride.
He has to stay in there, and he's riding hard. He's tough on top. Looks like he might do it. He's got 10 seconds to go. We may have an overtime.
That we will.
How about that? He had 55 seconds to go. I wouldn't have expected him to be able to ride Taft out, and he did it. So we're going to have an overtime, my friend, in our first match of the night. At 103 pounds, the lightest class in high school.
And the winner on the 3A class, I can't see it.
Well, the score was 9-5, and
it was Kopic from
right.
Council Bluffs. Abe Lincoln is the state champion. Darren Kopic wrestling Jeff Bellows.
And he finished an undefeated year. He went 36 matches without a loss. Now we're looking at the 2A match, which is the only one left at 103 pounds. It goes into overtime. Tony Milkoff had a reversal with 55 seconds to go, and then hung on like a bulldog rider.
He really did, to put this into overtime, and he feels good going into overtime. And Mark Birch, the coach of Mason City Newman's Peter Taft, says, you know all about this. You're a veteran. You're 3rd last year. Just get in and wrestle your way.
Okay, fellas, here we go.
Peter Taft is in the red. Tony Milkoff is in the green. Taft has his back to you. In the overtime, you know, you go 1 minute period. You just wrestle the match all over again. 1 minute for 3 periods. Now, in that first match, well, it was the first match.
They're both up yet.
In the regular match, it was a takedown for Taft and a reversal for Milkoff late. Milkoff finished very, very strong. We'll see how they do in the first period on their feet. Well, they both pick a shot at the same moment.
Sometimes that can hurt.
Meet each other in the middle. Here comes Taft. Here comes Taft. Good position. Good position.
He is using his length well right there. He needs to clear that leg from that Milkoff's arm right there to get around for the 2 points.
Nothing there.
Not yet, but the score hasn't been given. Milkoff is still managing to face off with it.
He's done a nice job of countering Taft's moves tonight.
Both up. Go.
And they go back to the center with 5 seconds left. Good defensive work by Milkoff, the freshman, who, you know, however he was rated through the year. There's the end of the first period. However he was rated, nobody's beaten him yet. So he
takes down.
He hasn't had anything proved to him.
Set. Move on.
Sometimes that's what happens too. Your freshmen get on the roll and they just don't know how to lose sometimes.
And here's Peter Taft, who finished 3rd last year, ranked #1 all year long. He's in the top position riding.
Okay, let's go.
Remember that this is a whole new match. We have a set of criteria for overtime. If this should end in a tie, what happens if they are in a tie when they get here?
That's where the criteria comes in, Doug, and there's a long list that the referees get together and decide who got more takedowns, who got more near falls, who got penalized more.
But there's a list that starts with #1 and then #2 and on down.
All the way down to 12, where the referee has to make up his mind.
Now here, Milkoff has managed to come out with 17 seconds. He managed to face off on Taft and leads 1-0.
4-3. They carry
4-3.
it on.
That's right. They carry it on into the overtime.
Get something going here.
4-3. Shot, a shot by Taft.
See that counter wrestling by that freshman.
He's managed to
Milkoff, he really has. He's managed to fend Taft off all night long almost.
I really thought 2 or 3 times that Taft was around, and Milkoff has managed to square up on him. Now we're starting the last period. And remember, in the last period of the regular match, Milkoff got in on this position, and Taft couldn't get out.
Well, it's almost like Milkoff heard me talking earlier about the freshman, the inexperience, and not being able to wrestle on the mat. He rode out Taft to get into the overtime, and he's putting those legs in and trying to crank the turn. He's a really tough young man here for a freshman. Real impressive.
Taft did the right thing. He came up fast, and now he's in a pretty good position with that whizzer on the edge of the mat.
And he gets his 1.
He's out, so it's 4-4. Not yet. Yes, it is out. 4-4. So here we go. 30 seconds to state championship. If somebody can take somebody down, it's a victory. There goes Milkoff in low, but not far enough.
Right here now, Taft has done a nice job of stuffing the head and almost getting away around several times.
Let's go.
And that was a position where, you know, both wrestlers, I'm sure, are tired. And it's really now down to what's right there in the middle of the gut.
Now, Milkoff is going to have to do it because I think on criteria, the takedown would win it.
Yeah.
And Taft had the takedown. And Taft gets another takedown.
And a state championship.
Takedown, and a state championship with 2 seconds left.
It's over.
A tough match. Peter Taft of Mason City Newman wins the 1A championship at 103 pounds in an overtime against a young wrestler from Cedar Rapids, LaSalle, who will be back.
And a happy Mark Birch, a happy wrestler, Peter Taft. What a moment.
That's a good way to start. I'll tell you, if we're going to all be like that. Let's go to Dean Borg, our floor reporter.
Well, at 103 pounds in AA, the champion is Paul Wilkerson of Wapello, or TJ, Morning Sun in that consolidated district. He beat Brad Monarchy of Scranton Jefferson, 7-2. Actually very, very even until the second period. And that's when Wilkerson broke it open. He chose the up position, and he chose to let Meineke up. but then proceeded to take him down and added 2 back points, broke it wide open, then added an escape in the 3rd period and went ahead 7-2. Paul Wilkerson of Wapello is the champion at 103 in AA. Dick?
All right, Dean, in the 103-pound class 3A championship bout, Darrell Kopic of Council Bluffs Abraham Lincoln, shown here, defeats fresh crosstown rival Jeff Bellows, just a freshman from Lewis Central of Council Bluffs, 9-5. It was in question until the last period when Kopic was warned for stalling, but he ended up with the last takedown to win the match, 9-5. Back to you, Doug.
Thank you, Dick Trotter. We're going to go up to 112 pounds next, and we're still in the 1A class for the first 4 weights. We have undefeated Ike Light, who's a defending champion, although he's only a sophomore, from Lisbon, against Jamie Cochran of Moravia at 112 pounds. You were going to say?
Well, I was just going to say, you know, lots of what's happening around here is our communities getting together and going together and consolidating. But Paul Wilkerson is actually like an orphan being adopted. He goes to Winfield High School. He wrestled on the Morning Sun team last year, but Wapello is the team. Wapello brought in Winfield and Morning Sun, and it's the Wapello High School team. And so, you know, I wanted to clear that up, but Paul Wilkerson made 3 towns happy tonight. But it's the Wapello state champion.
112 pounds. This is Ike Light. He's in the black. Jamie Cochran is in the blue for Moravia. This is 112 pounds. Light has been rated #1 all year. He was the 103-pound state champion as a freshman last year. And Cochran was ranked 3rd before the tournament, and he has won 3 decisions to get to the finals, as has Ike Light. On the other matches, by the way, in AA, Dave Morgan of New Hampton, looks like a state championship team, is wrestling Jason Nuri of Dyersville Beckman, whose claim to fame here was that he upset Jesse Whitmer, a defending champion from Eagle Grove. In the AAA class, Jeff McGinnis, undefeated in high school from City High of Iowa City, against Matt Matheson of Denison. So those are the other matches we'll try to keep up on as we go. If this one should end early, we'll get to one of the others as quickly as we can.
You know, Lisbon has so much tradition, and this year, you know, they had tragedy strike. Lisbon has dedicated the 1991 season to former Lisbon state champion Brian Schmitz. Schmitz was killed in a farming accident at his home last December, and Schmitz was a state champion at 152 for Lisbon in 1989. And you'll notice the singlets have a white ribbon on the left strap, and the coaches wear a black armband in Brian's memory. Brian was on the University of Iowa team as a redshirt freshman this year, and kids don't forget their idols.
Ike Light against Jamie Cochran. We're at Veterans Auditorium in Des Moines, where a full house. I sometimes wonder who's home to watch. You know, on wrestling night when you have Veterans Auditorium full of wrestling fans.
You know, a story here. The Moravia coach, Randy Alger, is from Lisbon, and now he is a wrestler going against
Here's Jamie
Brad
Cochran
Smith right here coming around.
And he's done a great job to get a takedown. Now you see he's taken control, so he gets 2 points.
No mistake here. He's around a former Lisbonian all the time now, and he says, you know, I know they put their pants on the same way because Coach tells me they do.
Lisbonian. I tell you, I grew up within three miles of there, and I never heard anybody called a Lisbonian.
Well, they're just about one of the greatest wrestling. This is a nice. He gets that ankle back there, and he comes around. But Lisbon, I'll tell you what, they have a proud tradition. They have a great coach. They have a couple of great coaches. Al Baxter started the program, but Brad Smith, in my estimation, is one of the best out there.
It's now 2-0 with the second period started. Cochran got the takedown just at the end of the period, and he starts this one on top against Ike Light. Jamie Cochran beat 5th-ranked Jeremy Schubert in the first round. He then beat Gary Anderson of Winthrop, East Buchanan in the second round, 9-6. Had a tough match against Dan Gabrielson to get in here into the finals, and here he is leading favored Ike Light.
Well, for being Moravia's first finalist ever, he's really getting in there and going after it. No nerves, it doesn't look like.
Has a good strong arm bar on Light, who is down there where he doesn't want to be, right flat on his stomach. And here comes Cochran right out in front with that bar. He's feeling pretty perky here. You go out there like that against the defending champion.
Well, Coach Alger said we really have to push Light. We've got to push him all the way because if you let up 1 second, he'll take advantage of it and score a lot of points.
No! Out of bounds. They'll go back to the center. Now let's look at the clock. 51 seconds in the second period.
Coach Brad Smith right there, and
he's a little disturbed with what's going on, I can tell you. Lisbon came in here favored, actually. They were in the team race because they probably had a little bit more balance than Clarksville. It looked as that is an escape now for the 1 point by Ike Light. So he goes back on his feet, trailing 2-1 with 40 seconds to go in the second period. But Clarksville, although they had some holes in the lineup because of a lot of youth, Coach Peterson says, had some awfully good individuals. And here is a takedown for Light. So his first takedown puts him up by 1 with 30 seconds to go second period.
Talk about sensations on the 3A mat. Jeff McGinnis is up 7-0 with only 50 seconds left in the second period. And he's won all his matches this year as a sophomore. He won all his matches last year as a freshman, was a state champion. Jeff McGinnis over Matt Matheson, who is Denison's first finalist ever. Brent Hagan, the coach there, after 10 years at Denison, really bringing that program along. He can be proud.
Let's go.
And I'll tell you, too, at the 2A mat, it's a 2-2 match there between Dave Morgan and Jason Murray.
Right here on the shot, he comes in on the single leg, and he comes up to his feet. That was the secret right there. He had good position, came around, controlled the hips for 2 points. Ike Light.
He leads 3-2 now as we start the third period, and Light begins in the up position. Cochran on the bottom.
It's 10-0 now with 25 seconds left in the second period. Jeff McGinnis leading Matt Matheson from Denison. Clyde Bean, of course, the coach at Iowa City High. What a great career he's had. Has his young sophomore up 10-0 with the second period almost gone. And it's still 2-2 over on mat 2A with Dave Morgan and Jason Nury.
We just had an escape here for Cochran, and they're 3-3 going into the last minute and 20 seconds of the match. Light of Lisbon undefeated against Jamie Cochran of Moravia. They each have a takedown. They each have an escape.
Get the shoot, son.
In that 2A match,
it's 4-2 now.
4-2 in favor of...
there's Coach Randy Alger, Royce Alger's brother. So everybody knows who Royce Alger is, and Randy Alger out of Lisbon going against his former high school team.
Ike Light against Jamie Cochran. And whoever gets this takedown, if somebody can get one, will probably win a state championship. We have 55 seconds to go. Here comes Light. He got the takedown.
Really nice shuck. He kind of went the opposite way right there. Really has nice finesse. A lot of mat sense. Comes into what nice single leg back. He was kind of salvaging his move right there and was able to dump the Moravia wrestler, Jamie Cochran, back down to the mat. Now he's starting to control.
And the score is 5-3. The referee looking over them very carefully. Here is Bob McNeil. Here is Light with the arm bar.
No.
Says it's too dangerous. Send him back to the center with 23 seconds to go. A 2-point lead for Light. A 2-point lead for Light. That's Cochran in the under position. Light made a good first move. He made a great first move on the whistle. And now Light sucks him back almost into a near fall position.
There's still hope for Cochran here. He's only 2 points down, 10 seconds left, but he's got to get up. He can't win it down on his belly, but Ike Light's having a lot to say about that. Good control ride for the state championship.
And he's going to finish it right here. The winner is Ike Light.
His second. He's only a sophomore.
Good match, gentlemen.
He's probably thinking about, well, at least his third now.
Well, I'll tell you, he's got to be happy, though, because that was a tough match against Jamie Cochran.
Moravia can be real proud. That's right, their first finalist ever.
He'll be back next year, too, because Cochran's also a junior. Here's that final
Well, this
situation.
is where he had taken him down, but that was a very nice execution. It wasn't a takedown, but it's where he continued to control Cochran with good execution.
And now we have a 3A match still going. The 2A match is over. It was won by Nury over Dave Morgan of New Hampton. And this is Jeff McGinnis leading 13-2 against Matt Matheson of Denison. Now, both these wrestlers were undefeated. Matheson had only 10 matches coming into this final round, and there is McGinnis on top, continuing to control his man with the legs in. He gave him 2 for a near fall. At the end of the third period, it's 15-3.
And it's Jeff McGinnis' second one. Here we have 2 sophomores that just finished back-to-back winning their second state championship. On their way to 4, possibly?
Well, I'll tell you what, we have had the first 2 weights wrestled here, 103 and 112 pounds, and we're now going to have the awards at 1A for 103.
Orient Maxburg. 5th place, Justin Brown, Greenfield. 4th place, Jason Norum, Gilbertville, Don Bosco. 3rd place, Kirk Eknes, Rock Valley. Runner-up, Tony Milkoff, Cedar Rapids, LaSalle. And the Class 1A 103-pound champion from Mason City, Newman, Peter Taft.
Now the coach gets the coach of the winning wrestler gets to hand out the medals to everybody.
And that's interesting in Pete Taft, because his role model in life is his coach.
That's what he says. And he has learned enough to stand up at the top rung, 103 pounds, after finishing 3rd last year. Now we're going to go to 2A. The 2A top 6 at 103.
Awards, assistant coach Paul Wilkerson of Wapello. 6th place, Chad Bennett, Huxley Ballard. 5th place, Mark Brandenburg, Emmonsburg. 4th place, Will Smith, NCNK. 3rd place, Doug Titus, Carlisle. Runner-up, Brad Meineke, Jefferson Scranton. And the Class 2A 103-pound champion from Wapello, Paul Wilkerson.
Paul Wilkerson, his dad, Paul Wilkerson, was talking to me today, and I said, does he play any other sport, or why is he wrestling? He says, when you're 5'2", you kind of know where you belong, and he says he's going to just keep going with wrestling.
Paul Wilkerson. So that's 103 pounds. The top 6.
Presenting
now we have the awards at the big schools,
awards.
3A.
Coach Clark Allen of Council Bluffs AL. 6th place, Eric Keller, Indianola. 5th place, Eric Baker, Cedar Rapids, Jefferson. 4th place, Jason Deary, West Des Moines, Dowling. 3rd place, Zach Geary, Cedar Falls. Runner-up, Jeff Bellows, Lewis Central, Council Bluffs. And the Class 3A 103-pound champion from Council Bluffs AL, Darren Kopic.
He won the Battle of Council Bluffs tonight at 103 pounds because both schools were from Council Bluffs area.
And they're second cousins.
Are they really?
Yes, yes. Bellows and Kopic are second cousins.
119, Class 3A, Matt Dickey, Waterloo West, Tom Smith, Dubuque Waller. Class 3A matchup.
To 119 pounds
matchup, Tracy Deach,
at the 1A level. Remember, the first 4 weight classes are 1A for our beginning on television here on Iowa Public Television, 20th year coverage. And here's Dean Board.
At 112 pounds in AA, the champion is Jason Neary, a senior from Dyersville, Beckman. His dream continued because to get to the championship tonight, he beat last year's defending champion Jesse Whitmer of Eagle Grove. Tonight, he defeated sophomore Dave Morgan of New Hampton 9-2. Even Steven right into the 3rd period, but in the 3rd period, Neary added 5 back points, one of them a 30-second cradle that you see right here, and he went on to win 9-2. The champion Jason Neary of Dyersville, Beckman. Dick?
All right, Dean. Jeff McGinnis of Iowa City High School is now 81-0 and has a chance to become a 4-time champion, as Clyde Bean's wrestler won the title tonight at 112 pounds in 3A as he defeats Matt Matheson of Denison. And there was no question from the start. McGinnis went out the picture of confidence, and there's your champion from Iowa City, Matt McGinnis, or it's Jeff McGinnis over Matt Matheson. Back to you, Doug.
1A at 119 pounds. It's Tracy Dietz of Marengo, Iowa Valley, ranked 2nd for the year. He's undefeated against Rob Wadley of Liberty Central, Southeast Warren. And Rob Wadley came into the final tournament unranked, but has done very well to get into the finals. And the takedown was taken by Dietz immediately over Wadley. He's up by 2 right now with the very first few seconds of the match, and he's trying to tip him over for more back points. Tracy Dietz, undefeated, coached by Joe Loftus. In a strong position on top. He has the arm barred already in back.
Yeah, he already looks like he really likes to be on top, kind of like when Leach, and really likes to tilt. Look at him work for it right now.
We got head here, man.
Bar one arm, go for the half Nelson over the other way.
And he's got some length and, you know, the legs to do a good job of leg riding.
Tracy Dietz. He got to the finals. He had a technical fall in the first round. And then 2 decisions. Neither of them were particularly close. He beat Chad Ryan of Underwood in the semifinal round 7-3. Here he is. He's trying to tilt his man already.
As a senior, he was a 3-time district qualifier, but this is his first time in the state tournament. And here he is in control right now, trying to drive for a state championship.
Half Nelson, trying to push his man right over. If Wadley was able to keep his arm in there and block that half Nelson from getting tight.
Rob Wadley's dad, Gene, was a 1969 state champion. So
here come near fall points, Tim.
Yeah, like I called it, he really likes, he rides tight. Dietz does from Iowa Valley Marengo, rides tight, rides confidently, and is always looking for the back.
4-0 now in favor of Dietz after he got near fall points. If he'd held him for 5 seconds in that near fall position, he would have had 3 points instead of 2. But he exposed his opponent's shoulders to the mat and kept him there. And he's controlled this match so far. Leads 4-0.
Go, bottom man, build up.
In 2A, it's a 4-2 in 2A now with Lim Prim going up against Brian Howell. Prim from Grinnell just went ahead. Well, it's 4-3 now with 1.5 minutes left in the second period.
Green, choice.
End of the first period here. Referee Tom Moore of Griswold.
Green defers, red.
Wadley says, I'll give my opponent the choice, and Dietz gets it. He'll take down.
All right, get set, Iowa Valley.
Looks at Coach Joe Loftus, who says, take the down position. You're up 4-0. Get some points.
Matt Dickey from West Waterloo is ahead on the 3A.
He rolls
3-0.
Right into a reversal.
Nothing yet.
Dickey, almost the reversal. He's going to have it in a second here unless Wadley can hold on.
2 red.
Dickey.
Reversal.
Go ahead, TJ.
Dickey, of course, from West Waterloo, state champion already, looking for his second, is ahead of Tom Smith from Dubuque-Wahlert, 3-0 with 1.5 minutes left in the second period.
Freeze, come on.
It's 6-0 in favor of Dietz, the man in black. Senior from Marengo, Iowa Valley, undefeated in this wrestling season. And tough on top. 1:20 to go in the second period. Wadley of Liberty Central beat 5th-ranked Sean Hawks. He beat rated people to get into the finals. He beat 5th-ranked Sean Hawks of Pocahontas 11-4. And then he has a timeout here for injury on a bloody nose.
Well, on this timeout right here, there's only 17 seconds left in the second period, and Prim still leads Howell from Makokata 4-3 in the second period. And on the 3A mat, with only 45 seconds left in the second period, it's still 3-0 Dickey over Smith. Dickey from West Waterloo, Smith from Dubuque-Wahlert.
Ready to go?
Now we're ready to go again as Tom Moore of Griswold brings Tracy Dietz and Rob Wadley back out. Dietz leads 6-0. Wadley in his second round match beat 6th-ranked Brian Morgan of Plainfield, and then he blanked Brian Ostenink of Rock Valley 4-0 in the semifinals, and that's how these two men got to where they are.
Bottom man work, top man.
Wadley hasn't been able to solve Dietz at all so far.
Watch your arm.
And he's been on the bottom most of the match. Here he is trying to step across, but with those legs get across the body. But Dietz is still managing to control him from the side.
On the 2A mat, it's still 4-3 Prim with A minute and a half left in the match. And on 3A, it's now 5-0 at the end of the second period with only 1 period left. Matt Dickey going for his second state championship, leading 5-0.
Dietz here is in the crossbody ride, and Wadley's not going anywhere with 20 seconds to go, trailing 6-0.
Stalemate.
Stalemate.
Again. Southeast one.
Really a control rider, isn't he, Doug?
He certainly is. He's been in complete control here of Wadley.
Just like a leech, really, and that's a mark of a good wrestler when you can ride tough.
Here he is again. He has Wadley flat. Wadley of Liberty Central, Southeast Warren.
You know, as far as family, Dietz's brother, he's got in his blood too. Chad Dietz was a 2-time state champion for Iowa Valley Marengo in 1986 and 87. So he's got a younger brother coming up to sophomore. So that Iowa Valley's happy to have the Dietz brothers.
His mouth out, Coach. Grab the bucket there.
It's now 6-3.
Again with 2-minute last period to go. That bloody nose, I guess, is acting up just a little bit.
On the 2A mat, it's now 6-3. Prim from Grinnell over Hal from Maquoketa. Lim Prim winning 6-3 with only 30 seconds left. It's now 6-4. They're both on their feet with only 30 seconds left.
Talking about the brother action, there were 2 Wadleys in this tournament too. This is Rob Wadley here. Sean Wadley, 125-pounder, made the tournament too.
Work out the ties, man. Work out the ties.
Lynn Prim just got a takedown 8-4 to almost seal the championship for the Grinnell wrestler, and going to go 33-0 this year.
Dietz in the black leads here 6-0 at 1A at 119 pounds in our Iowa High School Wrestling Championships coverage. The 20th year for Iowa Public Television to be here at Veterans Auditorium to cover the meet. 2 for Dietz.
Tom Smith has now scored against Mac Dickey at 7-2 with 28 seconds left in the match.
An 8-0 lead here for Dietz with just about a minute to go in the match. He has controlled Wadley all the way. He was able in the first period to tip him up on his back for a tilt.
Right here, dropped into the headlock try by the Wadley from
Sit tight now.
Liberty Central, Southeast Warren, but Gracie Dietz was able to roll through for the 2 points.
1 minute to go. Manages to control from behind with the waist and arm. He pulls him back with the arm off the referee's whistle. Has the leg in now. This is where he likes to ride.
The final in 3A, 9-2, the winner, Matt Dickey, who, by the way, has been invited to the Pittsburgh Classic, one of the top high school events in the nation. His second state championship, 9-2 over Tom Smith from Dubuque.
This is what Dietz has been working for. Try to tip his man, tilt him up on his back again for a near fall. He held him for the requisite 5 seconds and got a 3-point near fall. He's up now 11-0. A dominant match here, wrestled by Tracy Dietz of Marengo, Iowa Valley.
3.
He's been in control from the start. There it is. It's a state championship for Tracy Dietz.
And just one more for the Dietz family, and they're third now.
Shake hands, guys.
Dietz, a senior, takes home the title, and in a few minutes you'll see him on the top of the victory stand. Let's go to the awards for 112 pounds at 1A.
6th place, Darren Hellman, Gilbertville, Don Bosco. 5th place, Jeremy Schubert, Holstein, Galva Holstein. 4th place, Dan Gabrielson, Belmont, Clemmy. 3rd place, Brad Canoyer, Carson, Macedonia. Runner-up, Jamie Cochran, Moravia. And the Class 1A 112-pound champion from Lisbon, Ike Light.
How's this for a group of role models? Dan Gable, Brad Smith, Rudy Light, my father, and my brothers Shane and Zach. Now that's putting a package together and saying who your favorites are. That's
He
great.
didn't leave anybody out. And now we're going to get the awards in the 2A class coming up here in just a very few moments. We have one more weight, you know, to go for the 1As. 125 yet to be wrestled. Then we'll go up to 2A for the next 4 weights before reaching 3A. And we'll see the 2As at 100 at the heavyweight tonight, because the 2A wrestler from Brian Morris
presenting the Class
is
2A
going to be going for his 3rd
awards,
title.
Coach Jim Durr of Dyersville Beckman. 6th place, Bob Edens, Comanche. 5th place, D. Clark, Knoxville. 4th place, Brian Bennett, Jefferson Scranton. 3rd place, Jesse Whitmer, Eagle Grove. Runner-up, Dave Morgan, New Hampton. And the Class 2A 112-pound champion from Dyersville Beckman, Jason Nuri.
Jason Nuri, who got to that place by beating some awfully good people. The young man on his left there, Jesse Whitmer from Eagle Grove, was a state champion last year, and Nuri upset him in a whale of a match in the semifinals before winning his final victory tonight at the championship round.
A real proud coach, Jim Durr of Dyersville Beckman.
Now we have the 3A
presenting
champion.
the Class 3A 112-pound awards, Coach Clyde Bean of Iowa City City High. 6th place, Darren O'Brien, Cedar Rapids Jefferson. 5th place, Jamie Sherbon, Cedar Rapids Prairie. 4th place, Bobby Anderson, Des Moines East. 3rd place, Jerry Mock, Des Moines Lincoln. Runner-up, Matt Mathieson, Denison. And the Class 3A 112-pound champion from Iowa City City High, Jeff McGinnis.
Still in the running.
Yeah.
4 state championships, maybe. He's
one of the
2.
one of the outstanding up-and-comers.
Let's go to Dean Borg.
Well, in wrestling, takedowns are worth 2 points and escapes 1 point. And that was the story at 119 pounds in AA. Lim Prim put together 4 takedowns to defeat Brian Howell of Maquoketa, Lim Prim of Grinnell, in the final score 8-4. And there you see one of those takedowns occurring in the 3rd period. And the champion is Lim Prim of Grinnell, decisioning Brian Howell of Maquoketa 8-4. Dick?
All right, Dean, in the championship round in 3A competition at 119 pounds, Matt Dickey of West Waterloo becomes a 2-time state champion for the Warhawks as he defeated Tom Smith of Dubuque-Wahlert 9-2. It took 4 takedowns, and Dickey was in control. Back to you, Doug.
We go now to 125 pounds. This will be the last time we start out with the 1A class. We have Rob Meister of Clarksville, whose team has... Well, I'll tell you what, Meister, with a win here, could put his team absolutely out of reach of Lisbon. And Chad Caskey of Carson, Macedonia. As a matter of fact, yeah, I think, isn't that true?
I think Clarksville, that's in 2A. I think Clarksville's wrapped this up.
Clarksville has wrapped it up. I'm thinking of the 2A match. Clarksville is their home with a championship, but now they're wrestling for individual titles. Rob Meister of Clarksville, coached by Ron Peterson, against Chad Caskey of Carson, Macedonia. Takedown. Meister. Chad Caskey.
I like these fast starts.
Yeah, that was Caskey.
Look at this. This is
one. But Meister is out. Makes it 2-1. Caskey had the takedown. He's the man in the maroon, and Meister in the black. We shift from colors to colors sometimes in these 1A and 2A and 3 matches, that unless the team is there all the time that you remember, it takes a moment to get the one's bearings, you know. 3 matches are going on at the same time. We have Rob Meister, who got here by a technical fall in 2 decisions, and his last decision was against Josh Jones of Lisbon in the semifinals to get to this match. Chad Caskey won 3 decisions. His last one over Sean Wadley of Liberty Center by 1 point.
Gets action going.
The score is 2-1 in favor of Caskey. In the team scores, it would appear that Clarksville has it pretty well wrapped up. They have 100 team points. Lisbon has 88.
Caskey just did a nice job of getting in on the single, getting to his feet, and coming around for the 2-point.
And then he's trading 2 for 1, and Caskey is up 4-2. We have 15 seconds to go in the first period.
Chad Caskey really likes not only wrestling, but he likes to be involved in art. When he goes to college, he wants to be involved in both the sport of wrestling and as an artist.
That was Meister trying to control the head and come around, but Caskey stays in solid position in front of him and ends the period leading by 2 points, 4-2. Second 2-minute period. Meister gives Caskey his choice, reserving his decision for the third period. And Caskey, who has made 2 takedowns here, says, I'll stay on my feet. This is what got me up by 2.
On the 2A mat right now, the score is 4-2 in favor of the, let's see, in favor of Adam Hutchinson from West Delaware over Corey Christensen. Corey Christensen, Gary Christensen, the coach of the year in 2A, his son, and an Adam Hutchinson from West Delaware ahead 4-2.
It's illegal hold. Illegal hold.
There is an illegal hold call, and Chad Caskey was he said that's a full Nelson over the back, and that's not possible. So it's 4-3 now. A point is given to Rob Meister.
On the 3A match, Derek Montier from Newton is up.
Fireman's
carry. Look at that fireman. That's a real nice Kelly series right there, carry series. And he really almost got him to his back. He's lucky he didn't.
Caskey is lucky.
Yeah.
Meister takes the lead 5-4 with that slick move, that slick carry.
As I was saying, Montier from Newton is ahead 6-3 over Manuel Macias from Davenport North on the 3A mat.
Well, you know, I just had the feeling there that call about the illegal hold shook his concentration a little bit. He didn't look like he was quite there. And Meister took real advantage of it, hit him with that fireman's carry, and came up to the lead of 5-4. Now it's Meister on top, barring the arm and driving with 30 seconds to go in the second period. And as often happens, you see it sometimes when these outstanding wrestlers show up at the college level, as you know. They have trouble on the bottom occasionally. They aren't used to being there against really good competition. But here is Meister in an even match because Caskey, making a quick move off the whistle, escapes right away for 1 point. And it's now 5-5 with 15 seconds to go in the second period.
With only 30 seconds left to go in the second period, it's still Montier from Newton ahead of Macias from Davenport North, 8-4, and Hutchinson from West Delaware ahead 4-2 over Christensen from Winterset in the 2A match.
There's the end of the second period at 125 pounds, 1A in the Iowa High School Wrestling Championships in Des Moines, live on Iowa Public Television. Tim Johnson and I'm Doug Brown. We're happy to bring you this, our 20th anniversary broadcast, live from the greatest high school wrestling tournament going. It's a great circus to watch. Full house in Veterans Auditorium. Caskey started on top. Meister is trying to pull out. Switches the other way, doesn't do it.
And Meister likes to sit out. He has a sit-out series there, looking for the switch if it's there. If it's not, he goes back to his base, looking to get up. But Caskey's doing a nice job of keeping the pressure on and staying behind the arms.
He's moving from side to side. Nice guy has the arm barred. He feels tough up there. They're both strong. They're both strong physical types.
Very, both of them. You don't see it that often that both are such physical specimens as Meister and Caskey.
5-5. We had an overtime in our first match tonight at 103 pounds. We almost had an overtime that was settled just before one would have taken place by a takedown at the whistle, the final buzzer. And here we are in a 5-5 match at 125 pounds with 1 minute and 10 seconds to go.
Things are heating up on 2A at 6-4. Christensen still behind Hutchinson from West Delaware, but riding him and has an arm bar and looking to turn. 40 seconds left in the match. Christensen working hard on top.
Warning green.
Here is a warning against Caskey, who is in the riding position on top. Dale McDonough, the official from Iowa Falls, referee says you have to work for the fall. In his opinion, Caskey was not doing that. Caskey makes a decision with 50 seconds to go. He's going to let Meister go.
And he needs to score the takedown.
He figures he can make it up. And so we'll see.
Well, nice little duck try right there, but not quite. Caskey able to repel it.
Caskey on the right in black, Meister maroon on the left. And Meister leads. 27 seconds to go.
Christensen just got 2 points with very few seconds left. In fact, the match is off, and it's overtime, 6-6 on the 2A match.
17 seconds to go here in 1A, and here's a warning against Meister with 17 seconds to go. Meister leads by 1. Caskey let him out, let him go in order to try a takedown, and he hasn't been able to reach Meister, but he does a heel pick, and he gets him with 5 seconds to go. Caskey of Carson, Macedonia, with a tremendous turn. What happened at the end?
No time left. What a tremendous pressure move by Caskey.
That was a big takedown by Chad Caskey of Carson, Macedonia, with 5 seconds to go in the match, and his strategy worked.
And Monsieur from Newton won the championship at 125 in the 3A over Manuel Macias. He is the champion in 3A. And we have overtime.
We may have a chance to see that last move. That was a terrific takedown by Caskey over Meister. Here it is.
Oh, this is right at the end, and Meister almost had 2, but time ran out. That would have been too bad.
That was a reversal that wasn't a reversal. That's because it came too late. Let's go to 2A because we have an overtime to wrestle here. 1 minute periods each. That's at 1A. The final winner is Chad Caskey in a terrific match with Rob Meister. At 2A, Corey Christensen against Adam Hutchison. We have 50 seconds to go in the first period. We're now looking at the 1A match here, 1A mat, and we'll get down in a moment to the match between Corey Christensen and Adam Hutchinson.
With 30 seconds left in the first period.
There they are. Christensen and Hutchinson went 6-6. Christensen of Winterset and Manchester's Hutchinson.
Both really tough wrestlers. Like I said, Gary Christensen, Coach of the Year in 2A. This is his son, Corey. Adam Hutchinson. Hey, guess who was the last state champion in West Delaware's history? Adam's dad, Greg.
Terrific tussle here. Nobody has it yet. Nobody has it. 5 seconds to go. The man down in the under position there is Corey Christensen of Winterset. They each have black uniforms on. The black leggings, however, are the Winterset wrestlers. So Christensen has the black leggings. Bare-legged is Adam Hutchinson of West Delaware, who says the first-year coach Scott Litterer has apparently wrapped up his championship. Well, definitely, if Hutchinson wins here, it's all over. There's no chance for New Hampton even to tie. Second period starts, or 1 minute periods.
Christensen's got to escape.
Christensen's out. This is the 2A class. We're watching the overtime after the 1A match completed.
As I was saying, Adam Hutchinson would like to duplicate what his father did, a state championship in 1970 for West Delaware, Manchester.
But Hutchinson is in on the leg now with 20 seconds to go. The question is, can he pull it in? Can he score with 20 seconds to go?
He needs to pull it in. He needs to pull that leg in and come up and not get his head stuffed, but they got a stalemate there. Christensen did a nice job of using his hips to flatten Hutchinson out.
They go at it again with 12 seconds to go. A 7-6 lead for the man who is on your right. Christensen of Winterset, the man on the left, I should say. That's the second period. Now we go to the third period. 1-point lead. 7-6 Christensen. The man on the right. He's the man who just made the single leg shot. This would really help him out because he would be up by 3 if he could get the takedown. He wasn't able to finish it off the last time. Let's see what happens here. Goes to work. Good whizzer by Hutchinson, and Hutchinson squares him up. But still, it's Christensen by 1 point with about 35 seconds to go. And the shots are being taken by Christensen. And they're still taking the shots.
That's the best. Your best defense is a good offense, and that was an excellent move by Christensen to get in on that leg.
And time ticks away when this happens, too, because
he's got good position.
If he gets his head out, he's got the takedown almost. Not quite. He doesn't need the takedown if he can just keep in this position because he leads by 7-6. 5 seconds to go. There it is. He wins. Just by being aggressive.
Well, right, he scored with only a couple seconds left in regulations to put it in overtime, and here he is, being aggressive, like you said, had a 1-point lead, shot right in on the leg, and made it impossible for Adam Hutchinson to get ahead.
They were the ¡1 and 2 ranked wrestlers coming into the state meet. Christensen was top ranked. Let's go to the awards now for 120 pounds, 119 pounds at 1A.
6th place, Brian Ustinik, Rock Valley. 5th place, Chad Stanley, Truro, I-35. 4th place, Sean Hawks, Pocahontas area. 3rd place, Chad Ryan, Underwood. Runner-up, Rob Wadley, Liberty Center, Southeast Warren. And the Class 1A 119-pound champion from Marengo, Iowa Valley, Tracy Dietz.
Tracy Dietz says that one thing he's learned out of wrestling is nothing's impossible, and that's not a bad thing to learn from a sport.
Isn't that interesting who his role model in life is?
Andy Rooney?
Andy Rooney. How about that? Have to ask him about that.
Presenting the Class 2A 119-pound awards, Coach Mike Allen of Grinnell. 6th place, Spencer Gear, Britt, West Hancock. 5th place, Tom Becker, Glenwood. 4th place, Lauren Busta, Jackson Junction, Turkey Valley. 3rd place, Dusty Rhodes, Osage. Runner-up, Brian Howell, Maquoketa. And the 2A 119-pound champion from Grinnell, Lim Prim.
And you might say that he looks a little small to play football. Well, he was an all-conference. He was all-conference in football, Lim Prim from Grinnell. So, not a bad all-round athlete.
We're looking at the award stand for the 119-pound class here at the Iowa High School Wrestling Championship.
Presenting the Class 3A 119-pound awards, Coach Don Huff of Waterloo West. 6th place, Anthony Blint, Mount Pleasant. 5th place, Tim Deegan, West Des Moines Dowling. 4th place, Mike Graves, Sioux City Heelan. 3rd place, Brent Paulson, Cedar Rapids Kennedy. Runner-up, Tom Smith, Dubuque Waller. And the Class 3A 119-pound champion from Waterloo West, Matt Dickey.
Little family tradition there also. His dad was a teammate of Dan Gables at West Waterloo High School in the 60s.
Let's go to Dick Trotter.
125-pound class section 3A competition. Your champion, Derek Monsieur of Newton High School, as he took it in the first 2 rounds to Manuel Macias of Davenport North. There you see Monsieur, but it was close. It was 4 takedowns early for Monsieur, but then in the third period he faded and gave up 2 penalty points. But Monsieur, your new state champion, 8-6. Back to you, Doug.
You bet. And here we go at 2A. We're going to have Sean Zimmerman of Clear Lake wrestling Darrell Vasky of West Delaware again. Manchester, Scott Litterer's team.
Another chance to put the nail in the coffin there.
And this is the score right now. Manchester, West Delaware has 84 points, and New Hampton has 72, still leading by the 12 they started out with. Just a win by West Delaware and a loss by New Hampton anywhere along the line does the trick. Zimmerman of Clear Lake ranked 4th coming into the tournament against Darrell Vasky, and Vasky, he was not considered one of the top 6 coming into the tournament, and he's won every match by a fall. Every one. 351, 317, 302. Sean Zimmerman just beat the #1 man from Mount Vernon in his semifinal match to get into the finals. And again, we have the 2 black uniforms here to separate at 130 pounds.
Got a tough headlock there, coming around, trying to get the leg there. Could even end up with a cradle. Nope, he takes the 2-point takedown.
And he's in there tight. That's Darrell Vasky. Well, he's been 3 straight in this tournament. He's probably feeling his oats.
Come back, guys.
Remember that we'll be presenting a special musical salute to our 20 years of high school wrestling coverage at the end of tonight's tournament. So we hope you'll stay tuned for that, too, when all the wrestling is over and the awards have been given. It's Iowa Public Television live coverage from the 20th, our 20th, of the high school wrestling meet.
That takedown there for Vasky was only his 2nd of the tournament, Doug, and he's had 3 pins. He's only his 2nd takedown, but he's had 3 pins. He really gets going. He looks like he's very, very aggressive and tough on top. Wears the opponent down.
Well, you know, although they were ranked among the best 3 or 4 teams in the state coming into this final tournament, Scott Litterer's young men really, in some ways, came out of nowhere. Nobody expected them to do what they've done. They just wrestled at the top of their game.
Well, he's obviously done a nice job of bringing everybody together there this year, and they're just making it their year in West Delaware.
And the escape came just at the end of the first period, so it's a big point for Sean Zimmerman. He's down 2-1. Zimmerman had a choice. What's he going to do? No, he wants to stay on the feet. He wants to wrestle up.
On 3A right now, Tony DeAnda from Sioux City Heelan leads Jesse Reynolds from Muscatine 2-0 with about 1:20 left in the first period.
That's Vasky in on the single leg. They're out of bounds. That was a good tussle. An unsettled position when they went out of bounds. Ryan Vanden Heuvel of Thornburg Tri-County is in a 2-1 match, in a 2-2 match with Mark Hood of Sloan Westwood. Ryan Vanden Heuvel. Two-to-one here.
Oh, nice shuck by. Real nice shuck by Zimmerman for 2 points. It's picture perfect when you can get that headlock and shuck him by and get the 2 right here. Look at this right here. Controls the head, shucks by, jumps around for the 2 points. Nice move.
And he takes the lead for the first time. It's 3-2 with 1:21 to go.
I think we just had a fall here. And the winner over here
in 1A
is Ryan Vanden Heuvel from Thornburg Tri-County. Scott Williamson, the coach, pretty happy. Another Lisbon product, Scott Williamson.
The official here at Gene Luttrell gave an escape here, makes it 3-3.
Look at this move right here.
He said they were even when they went out.
Vasky really stayed with him tight there. That was a nice job.
3-3 with 1:05 to go. A tough attempt at a throw by Zimmerman. This is Zimmerman with his back to you. He's from Clear Lake.
This is the kind of match people come to watch. People pay money for. It's wild, and both wrestlers get after it.
They like to throw, obviously, too. So all these top-ranked young men, they're wrestling freestyle in the summer times, and they know what they're doing on their feet.
Keep in a circle, guys, right here.
Score is 3-3. 35 seconds to go, second period. That's Zimmerman on the left.
Get out there, guys. Don't
tried the shock again.
And as I look back, New Hampton, of course, did have a wrestler earlier that lost, and so West Delaware are the state champions in 2A. And so this would be nice. They want a state champion individual to go along with their team state championship, and so Vasky's a very important ingredient to a successful year for West Delaware.
Here he comes. He's working off that front headlock. He hasn't come around yet.
There he
is.
You know, he did a really nice job of clearing his arms and then stuffing the head and zipping around there.
5-3. At the end of the period. Now that's again something that happened right at the end of the period when it couldn't be countered. 5-3 Vasky.
Right here, watch this. You're going to see him stuff the head. Watch his arm. There, stuff it and come around. He used that hand on top of the head and was able to complete the move for 2.
And he had his choice here in the last period and decided to start on the feet again. 5-3. Vasky leads Zimmerman.
We have a little injury problem on 3A, so we're going to probably see a little bit of that match later. It's 4-4 with a minute left in the second period. Tony DeAnda from Sioux City Heelan and Jesse Reynolds from Muscatine. 4-4.
Slick move again. A slick move by Zimmerman, and he got the takedown back. And it's so 5-5.
We've got ourselves a match here, Doug.
Well, each man is capable of taking the other one down.
That's right. And look at this. As Vasky comes around, he's going to get
He's not there
something.
Yet. Oh, they're in a tough position on the feet. What's going to happen? What's going to happen? Is it even up?
2 points, they called.
He gave him a takedown, a reversal. 7-5 in favor of Vasky.
Right here, that takedown in there, he was able to clear the legs, control the hips, and then move up for the 2-point Zimmerman right there. And then we just saw Vasky reversing right at the edge of the mat to take the lead 7-5 with 1:17 left.
I don't think they're through scoring yet.
No, I don't either. This is great. Great for us. I think the coaches are probably going nuts.
This is Vasky with the arm bar. But the man on the bottom, you see Zimmerman, he won't let him keep his even out of position. Up they go on their feet, out of bounds with 1:02 to go, 7-5. I mean, they've gone the whole year, tough year.
There's Coach Gary Weber out of Clear Lake. Like I said, going nuts, wanting this over and wanting it in his favor.
Vasky with a tight waist in the arm. Here he comes. Oh, nice move by Zimmerman. And he's neutral now, 7-6. That's the escape. Now what happens? Oh! Zimmerman got the takedown. It looked as if Vasky was going to take advantage of him, and he lost his position.
Well, that's called reaction time. See, right here, you'll watch this. Now, watch this. Zimmerman flips. Vasky goes after him. Zimmerman comes back with a pancake right there, was able to react and pancaked him to his back, but it was off the mat, and it was 2 points takedown because his feet were in.
They're always out of bounds, 8-7. Now there's a timeout taken here because of Zimmerman, who you notice has a wrapping, a pretty good bandage on his right elbow. He's had some arm trouble, and it looks like it's troubling him something.
Well, at the end of the second period, on the 3A mat, Tony DeAnda and Jesse Reynolds are tied, and now the score is 6-6. They're scoring points.
There he pulled on the arm.
Okay, there's where he tripped on, yeah. He pulled on the arm, tripped on his feet.
Here comes
what a reaction
Vasky.
right here. Look at, faced up, took the pancake right to the back.
I remember seeing Dan Gable do that one time against a young man from Northwestern. When Dan lost his headgear came down in his eyes, and he got him out of his eyes just in time to pancake the man who was flying across the mat at him. They went out of bounds.
Okay, you're down.
And during the timeout, I saw Vasky saying to his coach, "I can't believe it. I had him over here," and he got away. Here we go up on the feet. They're tied. 8-8. 3 seconds to go. They're throwing. This is a real tussle.
30 seconds to go. 8-8.
8-8. That's Zimmerman on the left. He has the red anklets. Vasky in the green around the ankle. 18 seconds. Oh, that was a failed lateral drop by Zimmerman, and it put Vasky right in position to win a title.
Live by the sword, die by the sword. I'll tell you, what a match. What a match.
And there it is.
Boy, if they got it all like that.
They both are suffering a little bit. I think Zimmerman's got a bad cut on his eye, and Vasky is hurting his elbow. I don't know if they're going to be able to shake hands or not. What a match.
Oh, wow. And what a way to end the state championship year for West Delaware with their own individual state champions. Congratulations to West Delaware.
Terrific match. Let's see that.
Right here, Vasky's in tight, and really Zimmerman had to do something because Vasky was coming hard. Vasky was just too tight, controlled the hips, drove forward, and got the 2 points.
And won it 10-8. 10-8 victory for Darrell Vasky of West Delaware. We still have a 3A match going on. It was stopped for injury.
Several times. It must be a nosebleed because, of course, you get as much time as you need, and that's what it is. Nosebleed, and it's 8-6
in favor of Tony DeAnda of Sioux City Heelan over Jesse Reynolds of Muscatine. And the
44 seconds left.
Third period. Tony DeAnda has been ranked up at the top all year long out of Sioux City Heelan. He won 3 decisions to get to the finals. He beat Mike Hatcher of Cedar Rapids Prairie in the semis, who had been ranked 3rd. Jesse Reynolds who is in the bottom position, in the position underneath from Muscatine, won 3 straight falls to get into the finals. He hadn't been rated in the top half dozen through the year, so he just walked into Veterans Auditorium and started pinning people. That's how to get attention.
It's funny how young men react differently. Some come in with a house of fire, get a little nervous. Others come in and it just doesn't bother them at all. It's an individual thing, and it's amazing.
And DeAnda is the one with the injury. Tomorrow morning, Festival begins on Iowa Public Television, a 2-week period when you can show your support for public television by pledging dollars for membership in Friends of Iowa Public Television. We'll tell you more about that later.
You know, with all this great wrestling in the college series and the high school, I can't imagine anybody not wanting to be a Friends of Iowa Public Television, Doug, and that's a great opportunity for people to show their support.
An 8-6 2-point lead with 15 seconds to go. There's an escape that makes it 8-7. Anybody gets a takedown here in the last 10 seconds, he wins.
Well, Jesse's going for it.
He had to throw a headlock. He couldn't quite make it.
But Sioux City Heelan wins it. Tony DeAnda.
Referee Don Holmes brings them together. Congratulate each other. Tony DeAnda over Jesse Reynolds.
Now, happy Coach Richard Cooney.
Let's go to the 1A awards for 125.
Pound awards. Coach John Steffens of Carson, Macedonia. 6th place, Kent Menser, Holstein, Galva Holstein. 5th place, Clay Hall, Anita. 4th place, Josh Jones, Lisbon. 3rd place, Sean Wadley, Liberty Center, Southeast Warren. Runner-up, Rob Meister, Clarksville. And the Class 1A 125-pound champion from Carson, Macedonia, Chad Caskey.
The winner. And he did it in a real tough battle.
Yeah, hard-fought battle. Those are great memories that he'll always have, how he ended up on top in the 1991 Wrestling State Championships.
I don't know. My impression is that as we go to the 2A here, let me save my thoughts till
Gary
later.
Christensen of Winterset. 5th place, Chad Ferguson, Jefferson Scranton. 5th place, Kurt Jarrett, Jackson Junction, Turkey Valley. 4th place, Brock Wilson, Wapello. 3rd place, Matt Goncharowski, Washington. Runner-up, Adam Hutchinson, Manchester, West Delaware. And the 2A 125-pound champion from Winterset, Corey Christensen.
Winner is Corey Christensen in the AA championship. As I started to say, the matches this year, the general grit in the people we've seen is as high a level as I've seen this year. You know, through the season, you talk to college coaches about who are the blue chippers and that sort of thing. And the question is, are there any really fantastic blue chippers in the state? But the blue chippers aren't always the great wrestlers. Here we go at 3A.
6th place, Bryce Odson, Ankeny. 5th place, Rick Wells, Bettendorf. 4th place, Brian Bonzer, Keokuk. 3rd place, Mark Ironside, Cedar Rapids, Jefferson. Runner-up, Manuel Macias, Davenport North. And a 3A 125-pound champion from Newton, Derek Monsieur.
The Newton champion. Let's go to Dean Board.
In single A at 130 pounds, Brian Vandenheuvel of Thornburg Tri-County trailed 2-0 going into the second period. But he had the opposition, and he put Mark Hood of Sloan Westwood on his back. Got 2 points for that, and then as Mark Hood scrambled to try to get out of that predicament, he put him up on his shoulders, tightened that hold, and there you see the champion, Ryan Vandenheuvel, jumping up and down with joy. Thornburg Tri-County took home a champion tonight in single A at 130 pounds. Doug?
We're going now to 135. Thank you, Dean Borg. Dean and Dick Trotter doing their usual fine job as our floor reporters with the matches that you don't see here on our coverage on Iowa Public Television. At 135, we're still with the AA's. We'll have AA matches through 140 and through 145, and then we'll switch to AAA. Here it's Jason Coy of Parkersburg against Brian Duckworth of Johnston.
You know, sometimes we talk about how great wrestlers have to be one sport-minded. Take a look at these two. Frank Balsley, the wrestling coach from Johnston, says he's about the best wrestler he's ever had is Duckworth. But I'll bet the baseball coach there says that about him too, because he was first-team All-State pitcher. And then we have Coy, who is an All-State football player. It's just great to see kids here in the finals who are also super athletes in other sports.
Jason Duckworth has been the top man in the weight at 1A, AAA, AA through much of the year. Jason Coy got into the finals.
Takedown.
And that is Coy. No, that's Duckworth taking with the takedown. But Coy got into the finals with 3 one-point decisions.
Talk about grit.
He had to scrap every day.
That's right.
But he beat some good people on the way to get here. He had the escape. It's 2-1 in favor of Duckworth. Duckworth in the dark blue, the purple uniform. And Coy in the red.
Coach Balsley says he has a great curveball, Doug.
Duckworth?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. It just dropped about 6 inches, he says.
Well, he dropped about 6 inches there to get under the arms of Jason Coy and come in for a classic double-leg takedown. He's ahead 4-1.
Look at him work that cross face. He's looking for that cradle. He's looking for that cross face cradle there. He's really tough on top.
Nice move by Coy, however.
Broke it out and got the reversal.
How about that? Jason Coy. A couple of seniors here going at each other. 4-3 now in favor of Duckworth.
Duckworth's a 3.8 student, and Coy's a 3.4 student. Outstanding seniors here from their respective towns.
As long as Coy keeps an arm across the back in a sufficient control position, he'll be able to maintain position, but he couldn't there, and so Duckworth got an extra point for an escape right at the very end of the period. It's 5-3 in favor of Duckworth. Coy gets his choice. Second period goes down. Jason Coy on the bottom. Brian Duckworth going for a championship at 135 pounds for AA schools. Duckworth really driving him hard with a tight waist. Crunches that arm, goes for the bar, and has it. Now here he comes. Trying to crunch that arm across. Referee is Don Crandall of Oskaloosa, who is telling him to keep it legal, keep it legal. You can't go too far with that.
On the 3A match, Matt Ironside from Cedar Rapids Jeff leads Danny Lovell from Marshalltown 3-2. That's Ironside over Lovell 3-2. And there's a minute 45 left in the second period.
And in the battle of undefeateds at Class A, it's 4-1 David Sterling of Clarksville, the state champion team, against Tom Vidraska of Martinsdale St. Mary's. Team that's coached by John Amfer. His dad, Jim Amfer, was the junior high coach of the year a few years ago. Score 5-3 here in favor of Jason, in favor of Brian Duckworth, and he's still on top. Now he's not. Coy managed to get out and comes up to a 5-4 score with 40 seconds to go in the second period.
You know, one thing about winning 3 one-point matches in a row, you just always have that confidence that, hey, if I stay in there, I've won 3 one-point matches, why can't I do 4? And that's what Coy's doing right now, is staying in there with a very aggressive Duckworth from Johnston.
Yeah, there's always a way if he...
Red, you've been warned. 36 seconds, gentlemen.
Now, Duckworth was given a warning in there for being less aggressive than he should have been. Another warning was against Coy, was it? He looked away to the other mat. Didn't realize that, so it's 5-4 now as Coy comes out with 20 seconds to go.
It's also 5-4 on the 3A mat. Ironside over Lovell. That's number 1 versus number 2 in 3A.
Parkersburg in the red. Jason Coy. 15 seconds to go.
Open up, man. Work out there. Open up.
In the second period. Duckworth, the man in purple, on the right from Johnston, leads 5-4. That's the second period.
Well, like you said, in the battle of the undefeateds, David Sterling, who is a 4-time state qualifier. He holds the record with 137 wins for Clarksville. Puts him right up there in the top 5 in the all-time wins in Iowa history, and he's controlling the match 7-1. David Sterling over Tom Vidraska of Martinsdale St. Mary's. Big night for Clarksville.
Here we are at the 2A championship at 135 pounds. Coy started the third period in the up position with Duckworth choosing to go down, leading 5-4.
Get it going, gentlemen. Score points.
Coy puts his head in there, and the head lever, tries to make something out of this. Bar the arm. He has it barred, but his man is on his feet. Now, see, Coy is on top. He's in the up position of advantage here of control, but he trails by a point.
Work it, man. Let's work it. Let's go.
And from up here, he's going to have to turn Duckworth over. Either that or decide to let him go and take him down.
Okay, green down. Let's go.
It's still 5-4 on the 3A mat. Ironside from Cedar Rapids Jeff trying to stick it in there and win the state championship over Danny Lovell. A great wrestling name out of Marshalltown. A couple of veteran coaches, Dick Briggs and Phil Henning. Briggs out of Jefferson and Henning from Marshalltown going at it for the 3A 135 state championship.
Danny Lovell's undefeated this year from Marshalltown. Coy is the man in the position of control, working hard to hold on to the arm with now about a minute to go. He's hoping for a stalemate, and he got one because he needs the point himself. He's trailing 5-4, even if he's in the position of advantage. And Duckworth has been able to stay out of trouble here, really. Again, Coy driving in with the head. Now he has Duckworth flat, but he's not able to turn him over.
Work it, gentlemen, let's work it.
He's trying to. We are down to half a minute now.
Well, he's trying. He's got that arm bar, and he's trying to look for the right opportunity to tilt.
He's made a decision that he's going to try it.
That's right.
He's going to tilt. He's not going to let him go. And it's too late now, I think. 20 seconds to go. He has to
let him go, right. He's got to turn him here. And Duckworth doing a nice job of keeping his base, though. He knows where he's at. It's going to be awful hard to turn someone who's doing such a good job underneath.
There's a warning on the bottom man, but it's a little late for a worry about that.
See, look, he just has real good position.
Coy was working it, but he couldn't get the near fall points, and Coy and Duckworth come down to another one-point match. This time Coy loses by 1 instead of winning. And Brian Duckworth of Johnston is the state champion, AA 135.
And at 3A, Matt Ironside from Cedar Rapids Jeff wins the state championship, and I think that goes a long way in giving Coach Briggs the 3rd place trophy for Cedar Rapids Jefferson. Matt Ironside over Danny Lovell, 8-4.
We're going to get a last look here at 1A. We have about a half a minute, about 50 seconds left to go here in a match between Clarksville's championship teams David Sterling and Martinsdale St. Mary's Tom Vadraska. They both came into this championship match undefeated. And Sterling is rolling up a lead here. He's 14-2, almost in technical fall area with 51 seconds to go. So Sterling.
Well, Coach Peterson says his leadership, he's one of the hardest working kids. It really has a lot to do with them winning the state championship this year. And he's had over 30 pins this year, so you might call him a pinner. And he can rack up the points as we see here, up 14-2. He's really a tough rider on top. Look at, he just pounds and stays real close. And they've warned him now on top.
Sterling was 3rd place last year at a lower weight, 125.
He was second as a sophomore, 3rd as a junior, and I think probably he's had this in mind for a long time.
Vadraska is out. And now the score is 14-3 with 25 seconds to go. Here's Sterling again.
Sterling has not been taken down this year. Sterling has not been taken down. He really moves a lot there, doesn't he?
Tough physical time, too. We're in the last 5 seconds.
It's really hard to score on. Sterling, that's probably his forte right there. He's very hard to score on, and it wins him a state championship. 14 points, 14-3.
That's David Sterling of Clarksville, a championship team over Tom Vadraska. Let's go to the award stand. We're going to give the awards at 130 pounds, first of all, in Class 1A.
6th place, Brian Eckhoff, Belmont Clemmy. 5th place, Dean Leaders, Underwood. 4th place, Todd Berg, Mapleton, Maple Valley. 3rd place, Mark Bond, Montezuma. Runner-up, Mark Hood, Sloan, Westwood. And the 1A 130-pound champion from Thornburg, Tri-County, Ryan Vandenheuvel.
Attaboy, Ryan. Here are the 1A team standings. Clarksville 100 points and Lisbon 88. Actually, Clarksville just won. Sterling just gave him a few more, I think. I'd make it 104.
At least 104, a little bit more with that major decision.
All right, now let's go to 2A championship. The top 6 place
Scott
winners.
Litterer of Manchester, West Delaware. 6th place, John Mast, Independence. 5th place, Brandon Rutledge, Mount Vernon. Fourth place, Brent Dunlap, Washington. Third place, Bill Mathis, Davenport Assumption. Runner-up, Sean Zimmerman, Clear Lake. And the 2A 130-pound champion from Manchester, West Delaware, Darrell Vasky.
Boy, he won a tough match. And here's what happened when he did win his match and put his team well up in the lead over New Hampton by 16 points, socked that team championship away for West Delaware High School in Manchester. So good going to a first-year coach.
And a first-time state championship.
You bet.
West Delaware.
130
They've got to be real excited.
Coach Richard Tooney of Sioux City, Heelan. Sixth place, Matt Cohen, Bettendorf. Fifth place, Mike Hatcher, Cedar Rapids Prairie. Fourth place, Brian Pfizer, Charles City. Third place, Dan Remley, Des Moines Lincoln. Runner-up, Jesse Reynolds, Muscatine. And the Class 3A 130-pound champion from Sioux City, Heelan, Tony DeAnda.
Tony DeAnda. The 3A team standings are pretty much the way they were coming into the final round. We've had a tussle for some of the lower levels there, but West Des Moines Dowling has a 10-point lead in the 3A class.
Jefferson just added a few more points than that 60. They've got 4 more. That's 64.
Let's go to Dick Trotter.
Your 135-pound state champion in Class 3A competition is Matt Ironside of Cedar Rapids, Jefferson. Matt showed here has defeated Danny Lovell of Marshalltown 8-4. Although it was close all the way, Ironside leading 3-2 and 5-4 in the first and second periods respectively. Matt Ironside, fifth a year ago in 1990. Today, a champion from Cedar Rapids, Jefferson. Now, Doug, back to you.
Thank you, gentlemen. We're still watching the AA class at 140 pounds. We have Tony Dougherty of Norwalk against Corey Johnson of Garner Hayfield here in the battle for the championship. Lonnie Hinders is Dougherty's coach. Paul Nelson is Johnson's. The referee is Tim Bayer of Greenfield. And the way they set up is this. On your right, with the taking a single leg takedown shot with one blue knee pad and one red one, I think, is Tony Dougherty of Norwalk. Corey Johnson is on the left from Garner.
Dougherty, not only an accomplished wrestler, but also an all-state chorus participant.
It's been about the toughest one in this weight class all year long, and there he is, skirting his man's defenses for the first takedown of the match with about 1 minute and 15 seconds to go. Dougherty. He won 2 pins in these early round matches. First round, he won a pin over Sean Flaherty of Carlisle, and then he pinned 4th-ranked Brian Sovereign of Cresco before upending Dave McAllister 8-3 from Washington to get into the finals. And he's riding on top now, leading 2-0. Corey Johnson won 2 decisions and a technical fall to get here.
Corey Johnson says, he said, the harder I work, the luckier I get. So he's worked pretty hard to get into there. And Clarksville, the updated points, 105 points they have over Lisbon's 88. As we update you on that 1A championship team, Clarksville 105 points now after that last win by Sterling.
And they're home. It's 2-0 with 25 seconds to go here. This is Dougherty of Norwalk on top.
Anytime you win over 100 matches in your high school career, you've had a darn good career. And that's Dougherty from Norwalk, has won 109 matches coming into tonight.
They go back to the center. The referee calls that a stalemate. Neither man can improve his position, so he sends him right back to the center again. With Dougherty in the position of control. That's where the period ends. It's 2-0 in favor of Dougherty. Now we'll see who gets the choice. They flip. Red comes up. That means Dougherty will get his choice.
Defers. Green.
Well, 2 points is a pretty popular spread right now. It's 2-0 on the 3A mat with Matt Hatcher from Prairie leading Bart Horton from Dubuque-Wahlert. And it's 6-4 on the 1A mat with Zach Light, the second of the Light brothers, leading Tim Novak from Cedar Rapids, LaSalle. Lisbon versus LaSalle, up 6-4 for the Lisbon wrestler.
Dougherty of Norwalk, leading 2-0, decided to let Johnson go. He let him go with a few seconds gone in the second period. Now a 2-1 lead. Goes back on the feet again.
Still neutral.
No position of advantage here.
That match.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say that match with Zach Light just tied up 6-6. Novak scored.
No advantage here between Dougherty and Johnson in this position, but the score is 2-1 in favor of Dougherty.
My time. Let's start again, guys. Let's go.
Dougherty on the right. He's the one who has red down there on the red shoes. And at least one red knee pad. And a 1-point lead. Here's the front headlock just for a moment. He likes to wrestle from the outside. You see him set up and take the long shot in against Corey Johnson. Double leg for 2.
That was a nice execution by Dougherty there. He was in, and then he had to elevate with his hips up, got in good position, got his head through, and came out for the 2 points. He looks good, Doug.
Well, he has a 4-1 lead. He's 35 seconds away from the end of the second period, and he's done well on top, too. He gets the takedown, and then he keeps control.
Yeah, he's real fluid, moves on top, stays behind the arm, putting the pressure. It's 9-6. Zach Light now leads with the second period almost over. Zach Light, a 9-6 leader over Tim Novak from LaSalle.
Now he has his man in a tough spot. This is Johnson on his back. There's not much time left in the period. See the clock up above in the center of your screen? Well, that's somebody else's clock. There's less time than that over here. But it's a 3-point near fall because Johnson was on his back for 5 seconds and more.
Red choice.
7-1 lead.
Right there is, oh, he's able to really go chest to chest real fast there. Caught him, and now there just wasn't enough time to put him away.
It's funny, somebody else's clock up there in the middle of the screen. Couldn't figure out why it wasn't moving. 1 minute and 55 seconds to go as we go right into the third period, and Dougherty of Norwalk has run up a 6-point lead.
Matt Hatcher from Cedar Rapids Prairie leading 8-2 at the end of the second period over Bart Horton from Dubuque-Wahlert. Horton, of course, coached by his dad, Tom Horton. That has to be a thrill. And, of course, Matt Hatcher, coached by the 3A Coach of the Year, Cedar Rapids Prairie's Jim Kimball.
Now, this is Dougherty leading 7-1 in the underneath position. Now he turns in, looking for an escape or a reversal. Johnson holds on. He doesn't want to be in this position because just being able to hold on isn't enough.
No, it's not. He's got to be aggressive, come up and look for the score.
And now it's a reversal. Dougherty has taken the position of control away, and he leads 9-1.
Well, with a minute left on 1A, it's 10-6. Zach Light ahead of Tim Novak. It's a hard-fought match over here on 1A.
You're looking into the eyes of Corey Johnson. Now you're going to score 9-2. Dougherty lets him go. He feels confident on his feet. This is Dougherty with his back to you.
Light just went ahead 12-6. Looking for his second state championship. Only a junior. Zach Light on 1A.
Dougherty comes under. Has the body lock. He can suck this in.
Well, nice whizzer there to stay away from some more danger. Dougherty's going to try to slip that arm, and he does for 2 points. Nice limp arm. Just made his arm very limp. Slipped it through, came around for the 2 points.
And it's 11-2. 2 points more for Dougherty after the takedown. 11-2, and we have about 33 seconds to go in the match. Tony Dougherty of Norwalk.
Zach Light, a winner 14-7, his second state championship in 3 years over Tim Novak from Cedar Rapids, LaSalle.
Dougherty in the position of control here, looking for a championship. He has a 9-point lead with less than half a minute to go, about 15 seconds, in fact.
Really has controlled this match. He's really stayed right there. He's out on his toes. That's a sign that you're not tired. You're still pushing. You're still pressuring. And he's done a nice job of pressuring his opponent tonight, Johnson from Garner-Hayfield.
And Tony Dougherty is a state champion for Norwalk High School at 140 pounds in the AA class of school size at the High School Wrestling Championships in our 20th year coverage on Iowa Public Television. Happy young man. Last year he finished 5th at this weight, but this year he'll go down to the award stand and climb as high as you can climb. $140 pounds wrestled. Our next weight will be 145, and we'll still be at AA. That'll be the last time we start with the AA class before we go to AAA. Let's go to the awards for 1A at 135.
Presenting the Class 1A 135-pound awards, Coach Ron Peterson of Clarksville. 6th place, Jeff Johnson, Rock Rapids, Central Lyon. 5th place, Steve Smith, Belmont Clemmy. 4th place, Tom Davis, Mobile, Woodbury Central. 3rd place, Brent Morris, Lenox. Runner-up, Tom Vadraska, Martinsdale, St. Mary's. And a Class 1A 135-pound champion from Clarksville, David Sterling.
As you said, TJ, David Sterling went through the year without being taken down.
That's quite an accomplishment.
The only time he bowed was to have the medal put over his head there.
He got out of position there.
Presenting the Class 2A 135-pound awards, Coach Frank Baltzley of Johnston. 6th place, John Nagel, NCNK. 5th place, Tom O'Brien, Davenport Assumption. 4th place, Joe Stevens, Centerville. 3rd place, Jeff Balvans, Washington. Runner-up, Jason Coy, Parkersburg. And the Class 2A 135-pound champion from Johnston, Brian Duckworth.
Brian Duckworth, of course, as I said, a first-team All-State pitcher, but he's already made up his mind. He wants to be a Division I wrestler, and that's not a bad way to go into college as a state champion.
And he won a 1-point match here tonight in his championship round. These are the AAAs at 135.
Presenting the Class 3A 135-pound awards, Coach Dick Briggs of Cedar Rapids, Jefferson. 6th place, Marty Costello, Eldridge, North Scott. 5th place, Steve Upenix, Urbandale. 4th place, Henry Berrigan, Mason City. 3rd place, Jamal Fox, Waterloo West. Runner-up, Danny Lovell, Marshalltown. And the Class 3A 135-pound champion from Cedar Rapids, Jefferson, Matt Ironside.
Attaboy, the Ironside family's happy tonight. Let's go to Dean Board.
Single A, 140 pounds. The wrestlers knew each other well. Zach Light of Lisbon, Tim Novak of Cedar Rapids, LaSalle. Their schools are only 20 miles apart, and they had met in both the sectionals and the districts. Each time Zach Light had beaten Tim Novak. It was the same tonight. Zach Light decisioning Novak 14-7. The difference was 6 takedowns for Zach Light. Tim Novak had 5 escapes and 1 takedown. The champion at 140, Zach Light of Lisbon. Dick.
Dean, in the 140-pound class 3A championship, Matt Hatcher of Cedar Rapids Prairie, shown here, a pretty excited but tired lad at the end of his match with Bart Horton of Dubuque-Wahlert. Hatcher kind of faded in the 3rd period, but he had a big enough margin to win 8-4, and after finishing in 3rd place last year, he's a champion this year. Now back to you, Doug.
Thank you, man. We are going to 145 pounds now, still AA class. Glenwood's Rick Marino against Osage's Mike Euchre for the championship of the AA schools. Now, the green is Euchre of Osage. The black is Marino of Glenwood, who has a brother wrestling at Iowa State. Tough family, so he's gone for the second championship in the family if he can get it. He beat the man, Rick Marino got to the finals by beating the man who had been rated first all year long, Michael Doyle of Manchester, West Delaware, in a 14-10 Donnybrook in the semifinal round. He had earlier beat 2 other good wrestlers on decisions. Euchre got to the final with 3 decisions, and he beat people who had been ranked 2nd and 3rd all year.
Euchre's really tough. He really came through in this tournament for Osage. Really is wrestled very tough. He's physical, and he likes to get after it also.
So here they are, Marino and Euchre. They've used up a minute without a score.
Right now, Euchre trying to work underneath and make that shot and get in on the legs. Marino doing a nice job of defending him, but Euchre keeping the pressure on him. We've got an upset in the making on 1A, where a big move has just put Darrell Weber behind. Dan Rippinger from Afton East Union has just gone ahead 6-5 with a big multiple point move.
Here at 2A, there's a lot of tussling back and forth for position, but nobody's been able to get under the other man's guard. It's Marino and Euchre aught here in the fading seconds of the first period. And we have 9 seconds to go.
And with 10 seconds to go in 3A, it's 2-0. Jared Downey from Indianola leading Mark Wallace from Bettendorf.
That's the end of the first period. So they're going to have a little coin flip, the little flip of the red and green disc to see who gets the choice, and it goes to Euchre. He says he'll take down. Marino settles in on top. To start this period, he'll have his choice in the 3rd period. He can go anywhere he wants to go, on the feet, underneath, or on top.
Easy.
Still no score here in the double A's.
Marino keeping good pressure on top. That's what Euchre needs to do. He needs to put pressure back into Marino right there to come out. Get good hip pressure, come up.
Let's work on it. Let's go.
Now, Marino has just been warned. John Monroe, who is, by the way, the official of the year, the referee of the year from Indianola, was refereeing this match, just issued a complaint to Rick Marino, gives a warning, and next time he does that, it'll be a point.
1 green, we're neutral, 1 green.
And immediately, Euchre comes out 1-0. He's up 1-0.
Well, Darrell Weber on the 1A match from Don Bosco just made some big points for himself with a 5-point move. Go ahead 11-6 over his opponent, Daniel Rippinger from Afton East Union.
You're watching Iowa High School wrestling action on the state tournament, our 20th anniversary broadcast on Iowa Public Television.
A little out of bounds there.
Now we're coming back to action again on the feet.
Low single try, trying to get around. Not able to do it. Marino not able to turn the corner on Euchre.
Back in.
In 3A, it's 4-1 with 45 seconds left in the 2nd period. 4-1. Jared Downey leads Mark Wallace. Downey from Indianola, Wallace from Bettendorf.
We have less than a minute to go here in the 2nd period. The man in green, Euchre of Osage, leads 1-0. He had an escape early in the 2nd period, right after Marino was called for stalling. Euchre.
There, he's got
right away. He's in the body
tight.
Lock. Oh, but he didn't make it, and Marino came out on top.
2 and 2.
Right on the back.
Euchre locked that up and threw himself to his back.
That's exactly what happened. Didn't quite get the angle, didn't quite get the arch. Went flat to his back. Marino was able to stick in there tight, get 2 points takedown, 2 points for near fall.
And so a 4-point move has put Rick Marino up here with about 10 seconds to go in the second period at 145 pounds in the AA class.
Back in, gentlemen, let's go.
Well, that'll keep people from being, Euchre from being able to maybe be as controlled as he wants to be. He's now 3 points behind. He's going to have to really come after Marino.
Darrell Weber's just turned his opponent again. Rivers is on his back. And with 50 seconds left, he's in trouble. It's a fall.
And that's the first loss of the year for Rieberger.
And there's that arch. What didn't quite have it. You got to give credit to Marino there. He faced up real nice, made himself real heavy, and was able to keep Euchre from getting the angle and the arch that he wanted to complete that throw.
Now we're back on live action again, and Marino had the bottom position starting the third period. There's a warning. If that's against Marino, that's a point. At least the official had his fist in the air, so I can't tell whether there was a warning or not. It's the closest thing to a souffle I've seen in a while in a high school match. 4-1 here with 1 minute and 30 seconds to go in the second period. And the man on the bottom leads by 3.
Back in, same way, gentlemen. Hustle back.
Now, he doesn't dare start cruising here on the bottom because he was warned once. And if he loses a point, then that puts him, that puts the match well within reach for Euchre.
Well, and Euchre's coach, Bruce Gast, right there, yelling encouragement to him. I'll tell you what, Euchre isn't going to quit. He goes 6 minutes. He's tough on top. He's physical. And this is going to be very interesting last minute and 20 seconds because Marino does have to move. And right now, Euchre's hammering on top.
Out of bounds, gentlemen, back in.
The score is 4-1 in favor of Marino, the man on the bottom in the black.
Jared Downey has taken control with a little over a minute left. He's up 7-2. Downey from Indianola over Wallace from Bettendorf.
Undefeated Jared Downey, won a title last year. Now Marino gets to his feet.
Stay in there. Easy.
Euchre's really looking to have that half in, elevate, and maybe go and hook the leg in and drive him down to his back. He needs 3 points, and he needs it some way. And I'll tell you what, he is a hard-driving rider right there, and with a minute left, he still has a chance.
You saw Glenwood coach Bob Dyer telling Marino to stay at it, stay at it. He's leads by 3 with now less than a minute to go.
Let's go, gentlemen. Hustle back, Red. Let's go to the stone. Watch it back in the center. Let's go.
But Euchre,
Set.
on top and driving, still has a 3-point lead. He's going to try an international start here and decide to go
No change, no change.
for a takedown. Now that was not a takedown because the man on the bottom didn't have a time to react. That's just maintaining control.
Well, right now, the man on the bottom is having a little more time to react. He just can't.
Back in the center. Let's fix it up.
And it won't be surprising. You say he's got a stalling warning, right?
Yes, early.
Well, if he doesn't get something going, it won't be long until he gets a stalling call on him right now because the absolute aggressor is Euchre from Osage. And he's trying to find every way he can to score.
You coming in regular?
And you know, he gave the 4 points, actually, almost himself with not executing that body lock, and he wants it back. I think he's going to need to make a decision here to cut him and maybe execute a 4 or 5 point move.
Just reach back in your pocket and pull one out somehow, I'll tell you. 4-1. He's going to do the international start.
Got one red.
Okay, it's 5-2. He's down. 5-1. He's down by 4.
But he has less than half a minute to do something big. And here comes Marino. Boy,
and he was able to slip around. He did a nice job of defending himself against the upper body throw from Euchre by dropping down for the single and getting the 2 points.
And he's up 7-1 with 10 seconds to go. There is the stalling call, but at this point, it brings the match only down to a 5-point margin, 7-2 in favor of Marino.
Downey won on 3A, 9-3. Whoa, whoa,
oh, ho, ho, ho. Oh, Marino went
what
to
an
sleep
effort.
a little bit.
What an effort.
And almost got put in his back right at the very end, but he didn't get put on his back. And so the winner is Marino over Mike Euchre of Osage, the state champion, the second Marino in the family to win a state title.
Here, pal. Go over and look at this crowd.
And there he is. Happy winner from Glenwood, Iowa. Let's go to 1A awards at 140.
Of Lisbon. 6th place, Brent Lawrenson, Mondayman, West Harrison. 5th place, Rick Vanderwoody, Rock Rapids, Central Ion. 4th place, Shane Arnold, New London. 3rd place, Brad Olson, Nashua. Runner-up, Tim Novak, Cedar Rapids, LaSalle. And the Class 1A 140-pound champion from Lisbon, Zach Light.
You bet. It's a good place to smile up there on the...
Yeah, and he's been thinking about this for a year since he was a runner-up, and he had this #1 on his sights for a long time. Has to feel good for Zach.
You're watching the #2, the 2A 6th place winners come up now at 140 pounds. When we go back to wrestling again, it'll be at the AAA level, by the way.
Presenting the Class 2A 140-pound awards, Coach Lonnie Hinders of Norwalk. 6th place, Dave McAllister, Washington. 5th place, Lee Klinkenborg, Parkersburg. 4th place, Dan Sperry, Independence. 3rd place, Brian Sovereign, Cresco Crestwood. Runner-up, Corey Johnson, Garner Hayfield. And the Class 2A 140-pound champion from Norwalk, Tony Doherty.
Attaboy, Tony. That's the AA. Saw part of his match. And up come the AAAs. The 3A top 6th place winners at 140.
Presenting the Class 3A 140-pound awards, Coach Jim Kimball of Cedar Rapids Prairie. 6th place, Terry Vaughn, Iowa City West. 5th place, Derek Lark, West Des Moines Dowling. 4th place, Scott Porter, Council Bluffs Abe Lincoln. 3rd place, Jay Cox, Indianola. Runner-up, Bart Horton, Dubuque Wahlert. And the Class 3A 140-pound champion from Cedar Rapids Prairie, Matt Hatcher.
That's Matt Hatcher. A good year for the Prairie team. Let's go to the Dean Board.
145 pounds in single A. The champion is Darrell Weber of Gilbertville, Don Bosco. Last year's defending champion at that weight, rather at 135 pounds. Last year he moved up to 145 this year. He pinned Daniel Rebarger with 48 seconds left in the match. The champion, Gilbertville, Don Bosco, Darrell Weber. Dick?
All right, Dean, your state champion at 145 pounds in 3A competition is Jared Downey of Indianola. Jared had little trouble in disposing of Mark Wallace of Davenport 9-3. He led throughout the match, and he is now a 2-time state champion. And right now, we've got the state champion in his own right, Scott Lederer, the coach of the Manchester West Delaware squad, the team champion for Class 2A competition. Scott, how does it feel?
It's an exciting feeling. It's a tremendous feeling. My wrestlers just did a tremendous job the last 3 days, and their fan support down here is great, and it's been an enjoyable last 3 days. We hope we can do it again next week in the Unidome.
And I'll tell you, for a 23-year-old coach, you got a good future ahead of you, Scott.
Yeah, we hope we can just keep it rolling. It's been a good year, and we hope we can keep things going.
Best of luck to you. Now back to you, Doug.
First-year coach. Congratulations to West Delaware. Now we go to 152 pounds, and we're up with a AAA. These are the bigger schools now for the next 4 weights. And our first AAA match is between two fine 152-pounders from West Des Moines Dowling, Mark Fox.
Let's work to the middle.
We featured him in the opening of the show. One of the best wrestlers in the state against Southeast Polk Runnels, Ben Smith. Coached by Red Owens, who was inducted into the Hall of Fame.
And he said Ben Smith is one of the most dedicated wrestlers he's ever had. He says he really can't say enough about him and how far he's come. And
he's in a tussle right now with Mark Fox, and Fox just got the first takedown. He leads 2-0. Going to work at 152 pounds.
Still down, still down, still down.
Smith, only a sophomore, really making a name for himself up against one of the, like you said, one of the top senior recruits in the state this year, Mark Fox, who was a runner-up last year and looking for a state title.
Now, Mark Fox, when he came in, he wrestled 3 men to get to the finals, and the last 2 were the men that were ranked 2nd and 3rd all year behind him. And he beat them by decision.
In on a nice single leg right here. Dumped it nice, great execution. He really has good execution. He got in on the single, got to his feet, lowered his level, and really dumped him down to his rear end right there and got the 2 points.
4-1.
Stay there.
Look, here on the single. Then back into good position. Stays on the mat right there. Dumps him. 2 points. Immediately into the over and under, looking to turn him to his back.
That's Fox of Dowling on top. His team has wrapped up the state championship at the AAA level.
Coach Ron Gray, in his 2nd year, got his 2nd title. Took over a couple of years ago for Bob Dara. Of course, now at Simpson, doing a great job at Division III school. And Ron Gray, longtime assistant, became the head coach, and all he's done is win 2 straight state titles. First time in Dowling's history. Fox does a nice job there of controlling on top, Doug. He's really, he makes himself heavy, wrestles with his entire body right there, stays behind the arms.
Second, fellas.
That's the end of the first period. Mark Bean is the official from Iowa City.
Top, bottom, or neutral.
There's Ron Gray.
Red neutral.
Fox, getting his choice, elects to start on the feet, neutral. He's had good success up here with 2 takedowns, so he's going to just stay at it. There was a long shot, however, by Smith from the outside, countered by Fox, and here he comes around. He has the ankle in behind, and he wants to come behind for the takedown and gets it.
On the 2A mat,
6-1.
It's 3-2 in favor of Kirk Crawford from LaPorte City Union over Scott Carlton from Winterset. 3-2, Crawford leading. And on the 1A mat, it's 4-1. Whoa! It was 4-1 in favor of
Kielman of Clarksville.
Joy Kielman from Clarksville, but Corbin Kinney just threw him to his back. Kinney has thrown Kielman to his back. Kinney from Griswold goes ahead. 6-4. 6-4. Kinney from Griswold over Joy Kielman from Clarksville with a big 5-point move.
We're watching here Mark Fox of West Des Moines Dowling leading 6-1 with 1 minute to go in the 2nd period.
Boy, it could change just like that. As I was talking about in 1A right there, he's down 4-1, Corbin Kinney, and all of a sudden, boom, big 5-point move.
Tight waist ride by Fox.
He's workmanlike, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
He executes well, keeps good position.
Flexible, he doesn't stick into, he's not a clinger up there. He hangs loose, and let's see what's going to happen. Seems to be looking for his main chance all the time. They go back to the center. Ben Smith of Southeast Polk Runnels. He got to the finals. His semifinal win was over Brian Ott of Webster City. There's Red Owens, the Hall of Fame coach.
Hall of Famer. Boy, he deserves it too. He's been one of wrestling's biggest supporters in this state throughout the year, and we owe him a lot of credit for the growth in popularity.
bar by Fox.
Keep it legal. Keep it legal.
Fox keeping the pressure on right here on Smith.
That concludes the second period. It's a 6-1 lead for favored Mark Fox of Dowling. There's a nice single leg by Fox. Picks it up, goes to work. The whizzer is still good by Smith, and he's able to face off and protect the position, so no takedown. 6-1 in favor of Fox.
With 50 seconds left in the last period, Kinney has gone out in front 9-4 now. Looks like he's gaining steam. Kinney out of Griswold over Kielman from Clarksville.
6-1. This time, takedown almost by Smith. Smith is still coming with his trailing 6-1, but he hasn't given up. Fox gives the position up. It's 6-3, a 2-point shot by Smith.
Kirk Crawford leads Scott Carlton. Crawford from LaPorte City Union over Carlton from Winterset, 7-3 with a minute 50 left.
6-3 score. Smith is in the top position. Let's see what he has to do with a minute and 15 to go.
And with only 20 seconds left, it's 9-7 now in favor of Kinney over Kielman.
Kinney is undefeated this year, of course. And Kielman's lost only once in that 1A bracket.
It's number 1 versus number 2 in that.
Easy.
Referee, you see the hand behind the head again saying potentially dangerous. Call him off of that move. The angle of the knee was problematic there. Some directions the knee is not meant to go. We have 40 seconds to go here with a 7-3 lead for Fox. On the left. Came under nicely for a duck under, for a double leg. And takes Smith down to open up his lead to 9-3 with 15 seconds to go.
Kinney won the championship for Griswold, finishing off an undefeated season. The champion Corbin Kinney over Joy Kielman from Clarksville. And with 40 seconds left, it's 7-5 in favor of Crawford over Carlton. Crawford from LaPorte City Union, Carlton from Winterset.
And Kirk Crawford's another undefeated wrestler this year.
Easy.
Fox wrapping up a win here at 152 pounds in the AAA school classification. There's the end of the match. Dowling has another state champion from Mark Fox at 152 pounds over Ben Smith of Southeast Polk.
Well wrestled, gentlemen. Well wrestled. Congratulations, man.
Fox, the winner.
And with 10 seconds left, it's 8-5 in favor of Crawford over Carlton.
That's where we are right now. We have just a few seconds to go. 11 seconds to go. An 8-5 lead for the man on your right in red. That's Kirk Crawford, undefeated this year against Scott Carlton, who has lost only 4 times. He's from Winterset. 6 seconds to go. Crawford taking no chances with time running out. He wins it. From LaPorte City Union. Now let's see the awards at 145 pounds, beginning with the 1A division.
6th place, Tim Yeager, George Little Rock. 5th place, John Cassidy, Martinsdale St. Mary's. 4th place, Tim Norton, Clarksville. 3rd place, George Robinson, Central City. Runner-up, Danelle Rebarger, Afton East Union. And the 1A 145-pound champion from Gilbertville, Don Bosco, Darrell Weber.
Tapping a great career there. Darrell Weber, who was third as a sophomore and first last year, gets his second state championship.
That's the 1A class, 1A school size, the smaller schools. Iowa high schools wrestle in 3 divisions according to classification of school size. Here's the middle one, 2A.
Presenting the Class 2A 145-pound awards, Coach Bob Dyer of Glenwood. 6th place, Dewey Hupke, Cherokee, Washington. 5th place, Michael Doyle, Manchester, West Delaware. 4th place, Jason Grubel, Carlisle. 3rd place, Chad Wardlow, Centerville. Runner-up, Mike Euchre, Osage. And the 2A 145-pound champion from Glenwood, Rick Marino.
Way to go, Rick. Big smile. As we said, that's the 2nd Marino to win a state championship out of Glenwood. Mike won one his senior year, went undefeated, and now wrestles for Iowa State. Six more.
The Class 3A 145-pound awards, Coach Wes Creason of Indianola. 6th place, Bob Towns, Sioux City West. 5th place, Chris Helton, Webster City. 4th place, Matt Mulvihill, West Des Moines Dowling. 3rd place, Danny Reams, Charles City. Runner-up, Mark Wallace, Bettendorf. And the Class 3A 145-pound champion from Indianola, Jared Downey.
Congratulations to Jared Downey for his 2nd state title. Talk to me, Dean Borg.
Single A, 152 pounds, Doug. Corbin Kenny of Griswold trailed after the first period, but that was the last time it happened. He put together 12 points in the 2nd and 3rd period for decision. Joey Kielman of Clarksville, 12-7. Kielman's a junior. He'll be back another day. Dick?
Okay, Dean, in 2A competition at 152 pounds, Kirk Crawford of LaPorte City Union, shown here, getting the hand raised in the air. There it goes. Defeats Scott Carlton of Winterset 8-5, and has a chance to become a 2-year state champion. Doug?
Thank you, Dick and Dean. We're going now to 160 pounds. We're at the AAA level. We have 160, 171, 189, and heavyweight to go. Here at AAA, we have Waterloo Columbus's Sean Scarborough against Ankeny's Aaron Bauer. Now, these are the tussles for the top step on that award stand, the championship at 160 for the big schools. Sean Scarborough, they both have red here now. They both, one is green and the other red, maroon.
Well, we're not only going to watch a wrestler get after it here from Columbus, but I don't know if there's anyone that can outmaneuver the coach, Jerry Stringer, on the sidelines there. He really gets it going, and he said we're going to let the clutch out tonight. And I didn't know whether that meant just a wrestler or both the wrestler and the coach, but it's fun to watch. Whoa! There's the clutch.
That's Waterloo Columbus's Sean Scarborough. Woo! And he has Bauer on his back immediately. With 1 minute and 20 seconds to go here, the official down there is Don Holmes, looking very closely at it.
And he really threw that standing Kelly right there. I mean, he right to the back. That was a great move. But
in high school, you have to hold him for 2 full seconds instead of 1.
He's got it tough.
Oh, yeah. And as often happens, the official has to find the right spot to see it.
You know, it's kind of interesting. Sean Scarborough has a brother in Desert Storm right now over there, the operation, and he'll get this tape.
Now he has it tight.
So that's really neat that his brother's going to be able to see this tape.
Still 40 seconds to go.
Bauer doing a great job of staying off his back. He's just bound determined not to get pinned here. And I'll tell you what, if he gets out of it, that'll be an outstanding effort. Already has been to stay off the back this long, or stay off his back completely. You can hear the effort.
Scarborough would like to get in a little tighter, but it's hard to do it. It's real hard to do it. Now there he is, but he has about 15 seconds to go. He's tried about 4 different things under there. And there it is. It took him almost a minute and a half to hold it.
Well, the assistant coach is right now holding Jerry Springer, the head coach, because he jumped into his arms.
How about that?
Boy, this is going to be a celebration here.
That is Sean Scarborough of Waterloo, Columbus. He was
here we go. Oh! Oh!
he just pinned the coach, too.
Yeah. They collided in midair.
Actually, that was as good a move as he put on Bauer. Sean Scarborough finished 4th last year at 152. He's been ranked at the top of the ladder all this year. Aaron Bauer has had a wonderful year, and he walked into a big move early in this match, fought off the pin for a minute and a half, and then just with about 5 seconds or so left in the period, he couldn't hold it anymore. And Sean Scarborough is the winner over Aaron Bauer, AAA, 160 pounds. Now let's go down to 1A, where we have Jason Wedgbury of Hampton wrestling John Robinson, or rather Sean Hodek of Marengo, Iowa Valley against Troy Purdy of Gilbertville, Don Bosco.
And over on the 2A mat right now, Jason Wedgbury from Hampton has John Robinson from New Hampton in big trouble. And it's at least 5-0. He has him on his back.
Now, Sean Hodek is the man in black who almost had a takedown on the edge of the mat, but didn't quite. He's trailing 4-1 over Troy Purdy of Gilbertville, of Don Bosco.
And that, those cheers you hear, Wedgbury, Hampton, has pinned Robinson from New Hampton. State champion for Hampton.
That was at the AA weight, and the only one still wrestling at 160 pounds is the 1A class. West Des Moines Dowling, by the way, has now rolled up to 91 points with a victory by Fox at 52. Lewis Central is second with 77 points, 14 points behind. Then comes Cedar Rapids Jefferson. Bettendorf is fourth. In the black, that is Sean Hodek, who trails 4-1. He got behind here early. We're in the second period with a half a minute left.
Both Don Bosco and Iowa Valley looking for their second individual state champions tonight. Both have won. Dietz from Iowa Valley earlier, and of course Weber from Don Bosco. Now we go at it, and now they're going on it head on.
Joe Loftus coaches Iowa Valley, and Dan Mashik, who has some state championship trophies in the
yeah, talk about tradition. Mashik really has done a job there, and really.
Oh, here's Purdy putting Hodek on his back. We have 3 seconds to go in the period, and he got the pin. Every minute, the 160 was a fall.
Boy, I'll tell you, I don't know if I've ever seen that here at the state tournament. At the same class, all three ending in a fall.
Troy Purdy was leading 4-1 when he caught Hodek. Took him to his back and pinned him with just a couple of seconds to go in the second period. Let's look at that and see if we can find out what happened here at the very end. Well, that's just after the move was made. You see Purdy,
but right here it's real important to crank the fall.
Let's go to the awards at 1A for 152.
That's Martinsdale St. Mary's. Third place, Matt Call, Lisbon. Runner-up, Joy Kielman, Clarksville. And a Class 1A 152-pound champion from Griswold, Corbin Kinney.
There's a come-from-behind win for Kinney there. Who was down 4-1 and ended up with a couple of big moves and the championship.
Sorry if we missed the 6th and 5th place award winners there at 1A. See him on the stand even if you didn't hear the names. Now let's go to 2A 152.
Presenting the Class 2A 152-pound awards, Coach Dick Ingvall of LaPorte City Union. 6th place, Chad Tim, Norwalk. 5th place, Mitch Kashat, Parkersburg. 4th place, Lance Carolyn, Van Horn Benton Community. 3rd place, Steve Locke, Manchester, West Delaware. Runner-up, Scott Carlton, Winterset. The Class 2A 152-pound champion from the Port City, Kirk Crawford.
Congratulations to Kirk Crawford after an undefeated season. Capped off by that championship at AA, 152 pounds.
Presenting the Class 3A 152-pound awards, Coach Ron Gray of West Des Moines Dowling. 6th place, Brian Ott, Webster City. 5th place, Jason Black, Ottumwa. 4th place, Tarek Stevens, Waterloo East. 3rd place, Dan Kilgard, Lewis Central, Council Bluffs. Runner-up, Ben Smith, Southeast Polk Runnels. And the Class 3A 152-pound champion from West Des Moines Dowling, Mark Fox.
Congratulations to Mark Fox. Let's go to Dick Trotter for a floor report.
All right, Doug. Pin is the name of the game, and pin it was at 160 pounds, Class 2A competition here again, where we see Jason Wedgbury on top there, getting the pin of Hampton as he pins John Robinson of New Hampton with just 46 seconds left in the second period. Back to you, Doug.
But Robinson comes from the state championship runner-up team at New Hampton from Marlon Severson. Remember, Iowa Public Television will be presenting a special musical salute to our 20 years of high school wrestling coverage at the end of the tournament. We hope you'll stay tuned after the final wrestling is over and the awards are given. Just as we're leaving, we'll have that little bash. Okay. We're at AAA at 171 pounds. Greg Lechtenberg of Bettendorf. Number 1 against number 2 here. Lechtenberg's been ranked number 2 all year against Eric Josephson of Fort Dodge, who's been the top-ranked man. Here we go at a AAA level, 171 pounds. Again, they have black uniforms on. They'd help us out a lot, you know, if they just issued white uniforms and black uniforms, you know, but school colors will be worn, I'll tell you.
Well, Eric Josephson from Fort Dodge sure has a lot of plans for after high school. He wants to complete a rhythm and blues album after high school, besides play college football and wrestle. So I'd say he's keeping himself busy.
Now, the way if you want to really look down and see how to tell which one's apart somehow, it's not easy to do, but they are set up on the scoreboard, green and red, and there's an ankle band. The green ankle band here is worn by Eric Josephson of Fort Dodge. The red ankle bands are worn by Greg Lechtenberg of Bettendorf. Clarksville has 105 points in the single A division over Lisbon's 92. They've clinched the title. Gilbertville Don Bosco has solidified third with that win at 160 pounds. Tough match here between 71-pounders.
There you go. Relax. Put that on. Go, get it going.
Lechtenberg from Bettendorf. Longtime coach Frank Freeman's done such an outstanding job. They've had some state championship teams, several state champion individuals, and had a couple in the finals tonight. Had a very, very good year in the top. I think he's 4th place Bettendorf is right now.
Both wearing black. Again, Lechtenberg has the knee guards there, by the way, too. Josephson doesn't. No score.
In 2A, at 171 pounds at the end of the first period, it's 2-1 in favor of Tony Ursuline from Humboldt over Ryan Furno from Carlisle. And at 1A, with only 15 seconds left in the first period, the score is 2-0. 2-0.
Cute move there by Josephson to take the lead 2-0 here.
And which it is 2-0 in 1A with Chris Swalla from Stuart Menlo over Matt Strait from Logan Magnolia.
Eric Josephson of Fort Dodge just got the first takedown. He takes control of his man Lechtenberg with only 10 seconds to go in the first period. 2-0. Let's see that takedown.
Right here, he's able to control the head, pick up the knee, and drive through, and then come around for the 2 points.
After getting into that particular situation, Lechtenberg is lucky it wasn't worse. Or I should say, not lucky. He's just
fortunate.
He was fortunate to be that he'd be as strong as he is. Lechtenberg. Very little time left in the first period, and Lechtenberg would like to be able to get out in what little time there is. Two to nothing in favor of Josephson now. 4 seconds to go in the first period. That escape, or preventing the escape, either one, is so important at the end of a period. Frank Freeman.
Yeah, good choice.
Chris Swalla.
Red's down.
Stuart Menlo is out to a 4-0 lead with only a minute, a few seconds left in the second period.
Is that right? Matt Strait is his opponent, who is...
That's right, number 1 ranked Matt Strait.
And won a lot of matches in a row.
Defending state champion.
Now in the second period, Josephson, who was leading 2 to nothing, had the up position over Lechtenberg here, the position of control.
Coach Ed Birnbaum, yep.
In a long line of fine coaches at Fort Dodge, another school that has won state championships.
A couple of great traditions there, Fort Dodge and Bettendorf in the sport of wrestling.
No room, guys.
Josephson's been tough on top. He's protecting a 2 to nothing lead. Well, actually,
let's go.
We can say he's protecting a 2 to nothing lead. He's supposed to be working at it to build it.
At the end of the second period, Fernal and Ursuline in 2A are tied up 2-2. Fernal from Carlisle, Ursuline from Humboldt.
We're in the last minute and a half now of the second period here. The man on top, Josephson of Fort Dodge, has a 2 to nothing lead. Lechtenberg hasn't been able to put together any ideas yet to come out from under. No such thing as riding time, of course, in high school. Interscholastic sport of wrestling.
Josephson doing a nice job of keeping Lechtenberg flat right now. Needs to work it, though, and look for the fall.
He's not coming out to the side.
Nope.
Now he
is.
Yeah, he was in danger of being spurred there for inactivity if he'd stayed parallel. Now he's feeling confident at the bar on the arm. A 2 to nothing lead here with about half a minute to go. The official is Dwight Spangler of DeWitt. He stops to have... See, Lechtenberg has a nosebleed, and even with the cotton in his nose, it's some of us getting on the mat. Tomorrow morning, festival begins here on Iowa Public Television. It's a 2-week period when we ask you to show your support for public television by pledging dollars for membership in Friends of Iowa Public Television. The money is used for many types of programs, including our wrestling coverage. So if you want to see this type of programming continue, tune in during the next 2 weeks and enjoy the special programming, but most of all, by making a pledge to help make TV worth watching. Starting tomorrow.
Well, the score right now, Strait is behind right now, 6-2 in the 1A. Swalla from Stuart Menlo ahead of Strait, the defending champion from Logan Magnolia, 6-2 with a minute left in the match.
I'm going to take my turn on the festival coverage too, TJ. A couple of Sundays I'll be in there. So We'll all take our turn for the Friends of Iowa Public Television. Tonight, Eric Josephson leads 2-0 with 23 seconds to go in the second period. A long time being covered here.
You bet. And speaking of festivals, since I can't make it, I guess I'll just have to write the check, right?
That's right. Okay. That's right. That's what I was trying to get you to say. 14 seconds, 2-1. Finally, Lechtenberg is able to score in the very last seconds of the second period. So this is a tough match. These are. That's Lechtenberg in on the leg. Now the body lock.
Body lock gets 2 points. It looks. Yes, he knew right where he was.
Right at the end of the period.
Really nice execution there.
So he takes the lead, 3-2. He had to stay under for quite a long time.
Look at this. Controls the hips, drives through the hips, knows where he's at, keeps his knees and feet in. 2 points.
Got the trip, put the leg back there and got the trip and took Josephson out of bounds. It is 3-2 in favor of Josephson. In favor of Lechtenberg, with 2 minutes yet to wrestle the final period.
And it's overtime in 2A between Fernal and Ursuline. 5-5 end of regulation, and they'll go into overtime. Carlisle and Humboldt going to wrestle 9 minutes. Only 30 seconds left. Matt Strait still behind. He's on top and riding, but he's not being able to turn Chris Swallow from Stuart Menlo.
And that would be a major upset because Strait is defending champion. Now you're looking at Lechtenberg on top here, or rather Eric Josephson in the top position. He's been very strong on top, but he's trailing 4-3.
And Swallow wins the championship over Matt Strait. Chris Swallow, state champion from Stuart Menlo. Josephson doing a nice job right there of knocking Lichtenberger down and not allowing him to execute.
Well, we have 1:22 left to go here in the third period at AAA. The big schools, Greg Lechtenberg is leading Eric Josephson 4-3 by 1 point. And again, there's time out to try to stop the nosebleed that Lechtenberg has been troubled with all through this match.
Here, coach, please.
He's been putting cotton, a block in his nose, but it's not really stopping anything. And every once in a while, it comes loose, and somebody has to come out and clean up the mat. So that's that's what this rest period is for. Greg Lechtenberg, he beat Troy Milbrand of Iowa City on a fall, John Yankee of Mason City on a 5-4 decision, and Shane Broderick of Dowling 4-1 to get to the finals.
That's still covered.
Eric Josephson had a tussle with Indianola's Bill Herkiman in his first round match, but won at 2-1, then beat Daniels of Des Moines Hoover 6-4, and to get to the finals, he pinned 6th-ranked Ben Freestone of Cedar Falls in the semifinals.
Lichtenberg up to his feet, trying to get that hand control. He needs to get it on the way up instead of waiting to get it once he's up on his feet. Behind by 1 point, 4-3.
Josephson, the man on top, leads here. I've lost track of my score here. If I confused you a little bit, I apologize. Eric Josephson leads 4-3 now. Over Lechtenberg. I don't think either man has been warned. So there's no danger at the moment of somebody being given a point for stalling, for the other man stalling.
Lechtenberg continues to move, but Josephson doing a nice job of following.
Again. Nosebleed.
With 30 seconds left in the second period of overtime, the score is 9-7. 9-7 in favor of Tony Ursuline from Humboldt over Ryan Fernal from Carlisle.
While we have a moment, we want to remind you, too, we like to have your comments on the sports programming this winter, or either our college wrestling meets or tonight's high school tournament. anything you've seen in the sports. If you'd like to write us, our address is Iowa Public Television Sports, Iowa Public Television, Post Office Box 6450. That's important. 6450, Johnston, Iowa. The zip code was 50131. 50131. Let's give you that address again. Iowa Public Television Sports. In care of Iowa Public Television, Box 6450, 6450. Johnston, Iowa, 50131, 50131. Now back to Lechtenberg and Josephson. The man on top is Josephson. He has 25 seconds to go. He's leading by 1.4 to 3, and he just got warned for stalling.
And with 40 seconds left in the third period of overtime, it's now a 1-point match. It's 9-8. They're both on their feet. 9-8. Tony Ursland from Humboldt leading Ryan Fernal.
Now we're down to 19 seconds here. This match has had lots of stops and starts. Most of them because of Lechtenberg's nosebleed, but some of them going out of bounds too.
You got a lot of force behind both of them. They're very physical wrestlers, and when you get up and go, inevitably you end up out of bounds. Well, nice
Is he out for the tie? I believe he is. It's 4-4 with 7 seconds to go. It's tied.
He executed really well, slipped his hips out right there, turned in, and he was really fortunate. In fact, Josephson was fortunate. 4-4.
It wasn't a reversal, that's right.
That's right.
So we have 7 seconds to go here.
Look at this right here. Gets to his feet. Now he turns in with real good hip action right here. Comes around and faces him for 1 point escape. Makes it a tie. Humboldt just won on the other end.
Now here we go with 7 seconds to go. Time's up. We're going to have an overtime.
We've had a few of them.
Yes, we have. We started with one tonight at 103 pounds when we began with the 1A coverage. We're going to wrestle a new match. 1 minute each period. 1-1-1 between Lechtenberg and Josephson. They came 4-4 into an overtime. They get a 1 minute rest period in between. The clock ticks away the time while their coaches coach them, and they get a chance to settle themselves, and then they'll go back at it again. Lechtenberg of Bettendorf against Josephson of Fort Dodge. Ranked 1 and 2 all year. So they are the two that most people thought ought to be here. Well, Tony Ursland won his AA match while we're here in the overtime over Ryan Fernal of Carlisle. It was 9-8.
All right, we got.
And we'll be hearing more about that from Dick Trotter and Dean Borg in a little while. Lechtenberg again gets the nose plug. That's a fresh nose plug here. He had a minute to work on it. But away we go.
Yeah, and the bleeding, you know, you don't have, you're not charged with the bleeding. But if you were injured, you'd have a maximum timeout of 2 minutes, which is cumulative throughout the match. But in the case of bleeding, well, like you've said before, Doug, you can't fake bleeding.
Go to the edge, both of you.
Now let's see who has the most left here. Lechtenberg and Josephson, and again Lechtenberg has to go have his nose attended.
You know, and he's not counted. The injury time is not counted against him for the bleeding, and I take that back. I think that there's something that's called wrestling out there. The WWF, they do a lot of faking the bleeding, I think. But in the real sport of wrestling, that's real blood.
2-on-1 tie-up by Josephson of Fort Dodge. See him working 2 arms on 1.
Let's go back, guys.
Evenly matched. Tough, sturdy, experienced. Good wrestlers at 171 pounds. In tight, almost in there was Lechtenberg in a body lock. He got a takedown earlier on that. "12 seconds to go, first period. This is the only match still going in the 171-pound tussles between 1A, 2A, and 3A. It's the 3A match, and these periodic delays result from the failure of the Lechtenberg nosebleed to want to stop. Have one of the paramedics here from the Corps that stands by at Matt's side, just permanently on duty at the Lechtenberg chair. He's been coming out with a sponge lately rather than a cotton ball.
Josephson does a nice job right here.
Oh,
just a little bit too late.
It was too late. A nice, sharp drive by Eric Josephson. Now we go to the second period. They get their choice. Josephson got the colors. He says he'll... What happened?
We have it first. Time has expired. Green chooses down.
All right, Josephson starts underneath. The score is 4-4. All those points were in the regulation match.
Let's go, guys.
The look of intensity here. He wants to get out and get out fast. You don't want to get ridden in overtime.
Well, the overtime criteria now, if we're looking at it, if anybody's penalized for unsportsmanlike conduct, no.
What's that? Let's
we had
go.
a number of points for near falls. We haven't had any. They're down to takedowns.
Set, cover.
And actually, Eric Josephson has 2 of those, and Lechtenberg has 1. So it's essential here for Lechtenberg, whose coach must know that Frank Freeman certainly knows what the criteria is by now.
With it.
When it comes right down to it, the best criteria is score more points than your opponent.
And if,
right now, it's real important for Lechtenberg to ride out for his sake and then to score some points when he's underneath.
22 seconds to go as they go out of bounds.
Come on, guys, let's go.
Easy for you to say, ref, they're thinking. It's Dwight Spangler from DeWitt.
Set, cover.
Slave driver, you know, gets him back in the center. They're in overtime. Lechtenberg's been very tough on top in this second period, as he has to be.
Yeah, he needs to stay in tight.
You're still down.
He's really done a job there, and he's going to put himself in a position to win here from underneath if he can ride out another 13 seconds.
Relax.
He'll be down in the third period. And
timeout again for the nosebleed.
Can't do a thing with it, so it's bleeding like crazy.
Let's go to Dick Trotter while we're waiting. Dick?
All right, Doug, thank you very much. We have the championship coach here of the West Des Moines Dowling team. After many years working with Bob Darrah, now he's pulled off the miracle. He's got 2 in a row. How does it feel?
It feels tremendous. Kids did a great job.
Ron Gray, you know, with only 1 champion, Mark Fox, interesting that you were able to pull it off and score so many points.
Yeah, we did it in the consolations. Again, we had 5 other place winners, and third, a couple fourths, and a fifth, and a sixth. So I was real happy with that.
Other than that, and the fact that now we have, what, 5 championships at West Des Moines Dowling since 74?
Since 1975.
75, yes. And next week, you'll also be participating in the dual meet competition.
Yes, we go Wednesday night down to Indianola at 7:30 for a chance to defend our dual meet title, and we've won 4 of them.
And I think you're looking pretty strong.
Well, we're going to try to make a run for it.
Ron, thanks so much, and best of luck to you.
Thank you very much.
Now back to you, Doug.
Thank you, Dick Trotter. We are at the end of the second period of the overtime between Greg Lechtenberg of Bettendorf, who just rode Eric Josephson out in that 1-minute period. Now that's important.
It was important, and it was impressive, Doug, that he could do that in his 8th minute of wrestling and going right now. He's in a good position now if he can
sure
come up.
Josephson has to ride Lechtenberg out, and
if he does, he wins.
He wins. That's right. So it's Josephson. It's up to him. He has to hold Lechtenberg all the way here.
Warning red! Warning red!
Now there's a warning against Lechtenberg. A warning against Lechtenberg. Who, well, actually, it's not to Lechtenberg's advantage to be not moving on the bottom, because he needs to be out.
front now. He's got to be able to turn with that.
We're in the last half minute.
Got to be able to turn.
Got a lot of pressure on that shoulder, and the Dwight Spangler saying you have to be able to turn. You can't use it for pain.
Well, that's where Josephson wanted to be. There's no doubt about it. I know we're going to have time out here to wipe up the mat again, too, because nosebleed.
A little caulking cement might help that nosebleed. What do you think?
Well, that's Roger Crimmon's idea. He's our floor director. And, yeah, he's the guy who likes dynamite for traffic jams, too. So I don't think they'll use it.
Bunch of it over here.
No, it's this situation. Lechtenberg has 18 seconds to get out. If he doesn't, he's going to lose because he doesn't have as many takedowns, and they'll go to a criteria to settle a tie. And they'll get down to the third criterion, and that's the one that favors Josephson. He has 2 takedowns to 1 for Lechtenberg. Lechtenberg has a reversal instead of a takedown for the 2 points. Here comes Lechtenberg. Standing up. I'm surprised in the way that Josephson let him get up. Uh-oh. Whoa, uh-oh. A tough try. It's important. 5 seconds to go. If Lechtenberg gets out, he wins.
And if Josephson rides, he wins. I'll tell you what, I'm impressed with both wrestlers in the down position in the overtime. You don't see it happen that often. It has such impressive rides.
It's important on the whistle. You see that Lechtenberg went right down to the leg. Or rather, Josephson went right down to the ankle. Time is up.
Stay right here.
Time is out. Now they're going to have to go and settle it on criteria. And we've told you, unless we are really off base here, you go down to the 3rd criteria before you find one that pertains. There have been no penalty points for sportsmanlike conduct. There have been no near falls. It's the person with the greater number of takedowns. And they are separated there because Josephson has takedowns.
Takedown. All right. Is this the first takedown? All right, go on. One takedown piece, right? Yeah, right now, 1 takedown piece. Reversal.
Well, they said 1 takedown apiece.
Reversal here. Let's be sure now.
Let's go one more time.
One more from the top.
Unfortunately, no.
No.
Number of near falls, no.
No.
Number of takedowns, same, 1-1, right?
1 takedown, 1 takedown.
Now they're scoring it differently than we did.
We have 1 reversal.
And that was green?
Green.
Or not green.
All right, green.
That was a reversal. It's still Josephson.
You want it on reversal? There you go.
There it is on criteria. I'm not sure he knew. Eric Josephson, a 4th dodge, an overtime win. It was 4-4. They settled it on criteria.
Gilbertville, Don Bosco. 6th place, Kyle McCoy, Mobile, Woodbury Central. 5th place, Scott Fissler, Rockwell City, Lytton. 4th place, Jason Catcher, Nashua. 3rd place, Corey Ferguson, Lisbon. Runner-up, Sean Howduck, Marengo, Iowa Valley. And the 160-pound 1A champion from Gilbertville, Don Bosco, Troy Purdy.
Second champions for Dan Mashik and the Gilbertville Don Bosco. Easy for me to say, huh?
Don't you wish? It's 2A now, coming up at 160 pounds. These are the awards. We have 2 more classes to wrestle, 189 pounds, then we go to the big guys.
160-pound awards. Junior high coach Steve Wedgbury of Hampton. 6th place, Rob Werner, Tama, South Tama County. 5th place, Robbie Brown, Winterset. 4th place, Jay Harbison, Adel DeSoto. 3rd place, Chad Sunner, Eagle Grove. Runner-up, John Robinson, New Hampton. In the Class 2A 160-pound champion from Hampton, Jason Wedgbury.
I have a feeling that that's his dad handing him the gold medal there. Steve Wedgbury, the junior high coach in Hampton. So, yeah. Real special feeling.
From the small towns and the big towns all over Iowa, they come and go home with the medals and the championship trophies. Have been doing that since 1926.
And the Class 3A 160-pound awards, Coach Jerry Springer of Waterloo, Columbus. 6th place, Scott Christensen, Webster City. 5th place, Lee Fullhart, Decorah. 4th place, John Clymer, Cedar Rapids, Kennedy. 3rd place, Joe Thompson, Des Moines East. Runner-up, Aaron Bauer, Ankeny. And the Class 3A 160-pound champion from Waterloo, Columbus, Sean Scarborough.
And he won it on a fall. A big victory for Sean. Let's go to Dean Borg.
Well, Doug, senior Matt Strait, defending state champion at 171 pounds in single A from Logan Magnolia, came in here tonight, defending state champion, having won 65 straight matches. Chris Swalla, a senior from Stuart Menlo, wasn't intimidated. He led, that is, Swalla led 2-0 after the first period, 6-2 after the second period. Strait came on with a flurry with a reversal and a real flurry of activity in the final period, but lost it, and Swalla decisioned Strait 6-4. Swalla is champion. Dick?
All right, Dean, in the two-way competition at 171, it was 5-5 at the end of regulation, but there you see Tony Ersland of Humboldt, your state champion, 9-8 over Ryan Fertile of Carlisle. Back to you, Doug.
We still have the 189-pound and heavyweight matches to wrestle. We're at AAA for 189 between Eric Stroner of Webster City and Rusty Van Wetsinga of Pleasant Valley.
Stay in the middle, circle.
And here they are. They show up both in a form of blue. One's actually purple, the other is blue, and the takedown there was by Eric Stroner. And the escape goes to Van Wetsinga, makes it 2-1. Stroner was ranked 3rd in the state coming into the tournament. And Rusty Van Wetsinga was something like 4th.
Stay out here.
He finished 4th last year at 171 pounds. In the red ankle band, that is Stroner on the left. He has the yellow ear piece and the also the knee guard. The luminous knee guard there, the one that shines in the dark. If they were wrestling in the dark, you know which one is which. And Rusty Van Wetsinga is the man who was just taken down. It's now 4-1 in favor of Stroner.
Stroner was very deliberate there. He did a nice job of clearing the arm, coming around, grabbing the ankle, coming around for 2 points.
Stroner has 3 falls in the tournament.
Right here. This was the first take, or the end of that takedown that he just got right there for 2 points.
Stroner has 3 falls in the tournament, and out of 3 matches, and the first one was in just 37 seconds.
Well, that's not the fastest so far in this tournament. Last night, Matt Purdy, the heavyweight, who's in the finals for Cedar Falls, had an 8-second pin in the semifinals.
The all-time state tournament record.
In 2A at 189 with 34 seconds left in the first period. The leader is Curtis Heidemann from New Hampton.
In on him.
Over Rick Sanger from West Hancock.
The man on top is Van Wetsinga with 30 seconds to go. He's leading 4-1 here in the first period. We've really enjoyed our wrestling coverage, bringing it to you this year in our 15th anniversary of college wrestling and our 20th anniversary high school tournament coverage tonight. Tim Johnson has been, I think, a great color commentator to work with. Had a good string of them over 20 years. Somebody who comes along and sets me straight when I do something a little bit stupid, but never says it out loud.
Make sure you're using that wrist right now.
I've been poked in the ribs a lot.
Okay, son, here we go. Set.
That's why I like to travel alone when I leave from doing things. I just talk to myself.
Remember, at the end of our meet here, we'll have some memories of the 20th year of the coverage of high school wrestling.
Worked up.
a lot of the faces and the events that you might have seen in the past. A musical salute, actually, to our 20 years of coverage. This is Eric Stroner on top. Rusty Van Wetsinga.
Stroner doing
on the bottom,
doing a nice job of controlling right here, and like you said, he's had lots of pins, and he's always working for the fall on top, putting the pressure on.
Let's go. You gotta work.
Speaking of pressure, Heidemann from New Hampton is ahead 6-2 down on the 2A mat, and in 1A the score is 2-1 with 1:11 left in the second period. 2-1. Tolly Thompson from Janesville leading Wade Cruzy from Clarksville.
One green. Back to the middle now. Back
brother
to the
of
middle
Chad
now.
Crozy, who is a college wrestler now.
Now 8-2. Heidemann from New Hampton leading Sanger from Brett West Hancock, and still 2-1 with 1 minute left in the second period. Thompson over Cruzy.
Here it's 4-2 after the escape. Rusty Van Wetsinga got to a neutral position with Stroner and picked up a point for it. So he's within striking distance here.
That was Pleasant Valley's coach, Royce
Headlock
Duncan.
try by Van Wetsinga, but it's out of bounds.
No. Hold still up.
Cruzy from Clarksville has gone ahead of Thompson from Janesville. 3-2 with 25 seconds left in the second period.
Circle it up.
This is the AAA match you're watching, 189
Back to the
pounds.
middle now, Green. Let's go.
Look down the distance, you can see the other two matches going on at the same time. 1A, 2A, and 3A. Double A try by Eric Stroner.
Right there's what we mean by the three-ring circus, right, Doug?
Yeah, that's right.
That's a great shot. And
Here
that's
is Stroner getting
nice job at 2 points, yeah.
6-2.
Really gets in there and executes well, Stroner does. He's hard-nosed.
Red's Warren. Let's
Second
go.
period in 1A ends 3-2. Cruzy over Thompson. 1 period to go. In 2A, it's 8-3 Heidemann over Sanger.
14. Thank you.
The team champions are going to be in 1A Clarksville, 2A Manchester, West Delaware, and also 3A West Des Moines Dowling.
Come on for that ankle.
They have them salted away. 6-2 here with the end of the second period in favor of Stroner.
Red down.
Here's the last takedown right here. It really does a nice job of changing his angle right here, dropping out and driving through on the double leg. Had a difficult position right there, drove through and controlled the hips and got 2 points, Stroner did. Nice job for the Webster City athlete.
Stroner started underneath here, but he got out very quickly, and he's out to a 7-2 lead over his opponent from Pleasant Valley, Rusty Van Wetsinga.
Whoa, nice move right here by Wetsinga.
Use it now, let's go.
Van Wetsinga to score.
7-4.
One red, both up.
The escape makes it 8-4.
Back to the middle, Green.
A little more than a minute left on 1A. The score 5-2 now. Cruzy over Thompson.
Stroner on the left.
Let's go. Let's go, Green. Work it back in.
All right, 8-4, and with about 1 minute and 19 seconds to go in the match. Van Wetsinga of Pleasant Valley is a junior. He has another year to go. Stroner is in his farewell here to state tournament wrestling. And he's leading by 4.
And he's moving well, and he's staying right in the middle, right where he needs to be, taking some shots. Van Wetsinga needs to turn it on right now.
Let's go, back to the middle now. Let's go.
49 seconds to go.
Curtis Heidemann's going to win his second state title. He just went ahead 12-5 with 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 seconds left. He just did it for New Hampton.
Go, Red. Pick the action up.
Again, Stroner keeping good position out there. He's not letting Van Wetsinga get into a position where he could throw. Wetzinger has only 15 seconds to go, and he has 4 points to make up. And he's not getting a throw position very well at all. And so Stroner looks like he's going to be the champion. In on a double leg. Officials, I think, they only warned Stroner just before the double leg.
Right before the double leg.
Actually, it was a penalty point. He'd been warned before, so it's 8-5.
Clarksville's Cruzy just defeated Thompson from Janesville 5-3 for a championship.
And Stroner is the winner here at the AAA division by the score of 8-5.
That's like we say, a workmanlike job there by Stroner. He was in control all the way, Doug, and did a nice job for that championship.
You were talking about Crozy beating Thompson. Thompson had been top ranked all year. The winner. Let's go to the awards at 171. 1A first.
Coach Todd Broman of Stuart Menlo. 6th place, Jason Mulford, Audubon. 5th place, Ted Hahn, Highland of Ainsworth, Riverside. 4th place, Kirk Rathjen, Marengo, Iowa Valley. 3rd place, Mike Silver, Central City. Runner-up, Matt Strait, Logan Magnolia. And the 1A 171-pound champion from Stuart Menlo, Chris Swala.
Congratulations to Chris Swala. He won an upset over a defending champion. These are the awards at 171. We have the heavyweights yet to go, and some awfully good ones.
Class 2A 171-pound awards, Coach Ron Wasoba of Humboldt. 6th place, John Klinkenborg, Parkersburg. 5th place, Ken Cecilski, Jessup. 4th place, Richie Ludwig, Dyersville, Beckman. 3rd place, Charlie Wright, Manchester, West Delaware. Runner-up, Ryan Fernal, Carlisle. And the 2A 171-pound champion from Humboldt, Tony Ursuland.
He had a real go. He had to go to overtime and win 9-8 for his championship for Humboldt.
Presenting the Class 3A 171-pound awards, Coach Ed Birnbaum of Fort Dodge. 6th place, DeMarco Daniels, Des Moines Hoover. 5th place, John Yankee, Mason City. 4th place, Ben Freestone, Cedar Falls. 3rd place, Shane Broderick, West Des Moines Dowling. Runner-up, Greg Lechtenberg, Bettendorf. And the Class 3A 171-pound champion from Fort Dodge, Eric Josephson.
Let's go to Dean Borg for a report on the 189s.
Wade Cruzy, single A, didn't even make it out of the districts last year. He's from Clarksville. He was wrestling the runner-up last year, Tolly Thompson of Janesville, and Cruzy won it 5-3, decisioning Tolly Thompson. Dick?
All right, Dean, in the 2A competition at 189, Curtis Heidemann did the chores tonight, meticulous in scoring 6 takedowns to defeat Rick Sanger of Britt by the margin of 12-5. And there you see Curtis, a 2-time winner for Coach Arlen Severson. Now back to you, Doug.
One of the solid wrestlers in the state of Iowa, and there are lots of them. Now we're going to go to heavyweight. The limit 275 pounds. We're going to look at AA because Brian Moritz of MCNK has a chance to win his 3rd championship. He would be the only 3 championship winner coming out of this meet if he wins. He's undefeated. His opponent is Darren Adams of North Iowa, Buffalo Center. This is a AA match. Now you see the NK on the back. Well, that's North Kensett. MCNK is the way they like to call themselves at that school. And he got the takedown over Darren Adams.
That's the communities of North Central Manly and Northwood Kensett all together, and NCNK. But there's a lot of great tradition in both communities, North Central Manly and Northwood Kensett.
Brian Moritz has won 88 straight matches. He has the longest winning streak in Iowa high school wrestling. 88 straight. He won 2 championships at the 1A class. That was when MCNK was in the 1As. Now they're a bigger school in comparison to some of the others, and he's wrestling at a different class. We've already had a pin at 1A.
Ryan Beer over Russ Frazier. Mason City Newman wins over Logan Magnolia.
And also, we'll be keeping our eye on the AAA heavyweight match between Matt Purdy and Jeff Watts, because Purdy has been a pin or two.
Purdy's just close. Purdy's just been thrown to his back.
And we're watching a 2A too. The heavyweights, these guys are big, and you know, somebody gets on his back, sometimes it's hard to get off.
Well, he didn't get back points. It's 2-0
in favor of
Jeff Watts from Linn-Mar Marion.
In favor of Watts. Well, here it is, Moritz leading 4-2. He has had 2 takedowns and given up escapes.
The last loss that Moritz has was a freshman year to Mashik from Don Bosco. Like we said, he's 260 pounds, 4.940-yard dash. He's signed at UNI to play football, 2-time All-State football player.
Oh, I think we have the entire Mason City Newman cheering section just climbed all over our backs here. That's why you're hearing the cheering, because their man got a big pin in the finals over Logan Magnolia. We're now at the end of the first period, starting the second period. The score is 6-2 in favor of Moritz over Adams.
And it's 2-2, Purdy and Watts. Purdy from Cedar Falls, the undefeated wrestler, and Jeff Watts, who's 31-2 from Linn-Mar Marion.
Well, Adams has won a couple of falls coming into the finals too. And last one was against 4th-ranked Jeff Westhoff of Dyersville Beckman. And he beat the 2nd-ranked man, Jay Huff, in the opening round, second round, 9-1. So
this is the 10th
stuff.
It's the 10th time they've wrestled.
10th time, huh?
Yes. He's won. This is the 10th time. He's never lost. Moritz has never lost to him. But maybe the 10th time's the charm.
6-2 in favor of Moritz. You can't pin him out there because man's shoulders have to be inbounds to get the pin.
You're down
8-2 with 1:36 to go in the second period.
They're co-coaches, Ron Dodd and Ken Fuchs, and they've gone about a different way. They didn't just, when they joined, the communities joined, they had 2 head coaches come together and say, hey, we'll work together. And Coach Fuchs told me that the sharing of this program has worked out fantastically. That's really good to hear when these communities come together, that they can work out.
They like, well, you understand, they like to call themselves NCNK.
That's what Coach said. You know, it'd be a lot easier, and you don't want to, you don't want to shortchange the communities, and that's why we mentioned them. But NCNK may be
well, it's also hard to put the names of all those towns. They'd run out of money putting the names across the shirts. Let's go. They'd keep seamstresses up night and day trying to sew them on. They'd have to go all the way around the back. Eight to 3 lead for Brian Moritz, going for win number 89 straight.
Still 2-2 with 1:20 left in the second period on the 3A mat between Watts and Purdy.
I think a lot of people expected that one to end in a hurry.
Well, that's of course Purdy being the defending or the undefeated wrestler from Cedar Falls, and who got the 8-second pin earlier in this tournament.
17 seconds to go here, second period. 8-3 in favor of Moritz.
We're neutral, guys.
Undefeated in his last 88. He's the one with the red stripe there and the NK on the back of the uniform on the left.
Go, guys. Go, guys. Got green man, choice. Green man. Green.
They get up in that hip lock position there with Moritz working to get a body lock. Has one arm across, and then Adams comes back with the overhook, which is the whizzer, the hip lock position. And they just kind of see who makes the first move. Starting in the third period, Adams begins underneath, Moritz on top. Rather the other way around, I should say. Adams on top, trailing by 5. And Moritz just shrugged him off. Pulled the leg out of there and made his getaway, 9-3.
Oh, let's get that shoe tied. Tie her up before you trip on it.
That's Larry Blaker.
Okay, we're neutral.
In charge of haberdashery here and making sure that the shoes are tied. He's the official.
Purdy now leads with 35 seconds left in the second period, 3-2 in the other mat on the AAA mat.
9-3. We're at the heavyweight class. We have the team championships yet to give, and we hope you'll stick around to see those, and also the as we leave you tonight, our 20th anniversary high school tribute, musical tribute to some of the days past. We're happy on Iowa Public Television to be bringing you Iowa High School Wrestling live for the 20th straight year, for the 20th year. 9-3. We have 49 seconds to go. Adams with his back to you. Moritz facing on the other side.
Both of them right here.
Now,
you guys aren't working that hard at it. You got one red. You got one green. You guys have to work
a point
harder.
each way. You heard Larry Blaker. That's well, actually, it's a point for Moritz. He'd only been warned. He hadn't been warned before. So it's 10-3.
Trying to get the inside position there. Both wrestlers working for that inside position, but right now, Adams needs more than the inside position.
He needs 8 points in a big hurry because it's
which comes in the form of a pin.
I guess 10-3 and 8 seconds to go. 7 as they go out of bounds.
We really got a good match over here on AAA that we're going to get to see.
Yeah, they're about 1:45 from ending over there.
Moritz wins his third.
There it is, 10-3. Moritz, a 3-time champion from MCNK. 2 of them at the 1A level, 1 of them at the 2A level.
Nice job, Brian.
So we are going to get a chance here after the boys shake hands, and then winners hands raised in the air to go to AAA to see Matt Purdy of Cedar Falls against Jeff Watts of Linn-Mar in Marion. And Purdy is undefeated this year, and he last night at semifinals he set the tournament record with the fastest pin in history, 8 seconds.
Well, I'll tell you what, he's got everything he needs right now, everything he wants, and he's not used to going very many. I think he's just gone the distance once this year. And Bruce Weisinger, the coach of Linn-Mar, really has his young man Watts going here, and it's 3-2, and I don't think it's going to be any easy task for Purdy to keep him down.
Well, Purdy had an 8-second fall. What he did was turn the preliminary handshake into a pin. That's just about what you have to do with 8 seconds to an 8-second fall. Less than a minute to go here. It's 3-2 in favor of Purdy in the red.
Watts really had him on the ropes right there just a few seconds ago and may have given him second life when he was able to hold on, because Watts was as good as out and he let Purdy hang on to the leg and get new life.
Now here he turns back into Purdy, and he has Purdy on his back with 30 seconds to go.
The #1 ranked man on his back.
And he pinned him. How about it? Woo. Is that a thrill for Jeff Watts?
Big upset there.
Well, he had him on his back in the first period. Almost. He had a...
Yeah, he didn't get him quite there, but he threw him down, got a takedown on the headlock, but...
And an undefeated season comes to a sudden stop. Jeff Watts has pinned top-ranked Matt Purdy of Cedar Falls with 28 seconds to go.
Big championship for Lindmar.
Let's go to the awards. 189.
5th place, Josh Henry, Audubon. 4th place, Chad Miller, Stuart Menlo. 3rd place, Roger Android, Logan Magnolia. Runner-up, Tolly Thompson, Janesville. And the Class 1A 189-pound champion from Clarksville, Wade Croce.
Crowd still buzzing here as many people get ready for the final awards over that big fall at the AAA heavyweight class.
Presenting the Class 2A 189-pound awards, Coach Arlen Severson of New Hampton. 6th place, Jason Pino, Carlisle. 5th place, Chuck Steve, Clarinda. 4th place, Dan Ryan, Emmetsburg. 3rd place, Frank Greiner, Washington. Runner-up, Rick Sanger, Britt, West Hancock. And the Class 2A 189-pound champion from New Hampton, Curtis Heidemann.
Two-time champion Curtis Heidemann from New Hampton. Tough again this year. The 189-pound class.
Heavyweight placement. Please report to the award stand. Heavyweight. Presenting the Class 3A 189-pound awards, Coach Dick Kennedy of Webster City. 6th place, Thad Hoagland, Newton. 5th place, Eric Cobb, Denison. 4th place, Scott Burchett, Fort Madison. 3rd place, Eric Emsick, Lewis Central Council Bluffs. Runner-up, Rusty Van Wetsinga, Pleasant Valley. And the 3A 189-pound champion from Webster City, Eric Stroner.
Eric Stroner of Webster City, the champion at 3A 189 pounds. Eric Stroner. Now, when we get up to the heavyweight class here, we're going to give you a chance to see who won the team championships and how they stand as the winners are announced. So if you're interested in where your team finished up here, maybe the top 6, your opportunity's coming right now.
Presenting the Class 1A heavyweight awards, Coach Mark Birch of Mason City Newman. 6th place, Chris Webb, Sigourney. 5th place, Darren Teets, Griswold. 4th place, Dan Pulaski, Traer, North Tama. 3rd place, Chad Denny, Winthrop, East Buchanan. Runner-up, Russ Fraser, Logan Magnolia. And the 1A 275-pound champion from Mason City Newman, Ryan Bear.
One on a pin in a big match. Now let's look at the championship finishes here in the teams of the 1A division. Clarksville, as we said, rolled it up. They beat Lisbon this year, stopped the Lisbon streak. Don Bosco, of course, is always up there high. Iowa Valley, then Logan
kind of a
Magnolia.
surprise. Iowa Valley getting up there. That's a great year for them.
Those are the 1A top 5 teams.
Presenting the Class 2A heavyweight awards, co-coach Ron Dodd of NCNK. 6th place, Jeff Westhoff, Dyersville Beckman. 5th place, Tony Schmelzer, Benton. 4th place, Jay Huff, Sheldon. 3rd place, Lee Tilkus, New Hampton. Runner-up, Darren Adams, Buffalo Center, North Iowa. And the Class 2A heavyweight champion from NCNK, Brian Moritz.
The 3-time champion, Brian Moritz, the only 3-time champion in this meet. Tonight, we've been carrying you on Iowa Public Television. Now we see the 2A standings. Congratulations to the West Delaware team.
Boy, they have to be happy, and New Hampton right back in there this year. And Washington, 3rd place. What a great year for the southeastern community of Washington, Iowa.
Presenting the Class 3A heavyweight awards, Coach Bruce Weisinger of Linn-Mar, Marion. 6th place, Gabe Toff, Spencer. Fifth place, Dave Premick, Iowa City City High. Fourth place, B.J. Lansing, Marshalltown. Third place, Skylar O'Neill, Lewis Central Council Bluffs. Runner-up, Matt Purdy, Cedar Falls. The Class 3A heavyweight champion from Linn-Mar, Marion, Jeff Watts.
There's a happy man. He came from behind.
It's probably the biggest upset of the night. Saved it for the end.
That's right. And the 3A team totals are there. West Des Moines Dowling had it wrapped up coming into the finals. Lewis Central, Jeff, Bettendorf, and Cedar Falls. Let's get a report from Dean Borg.
Doug, in heavyweight single A, Ryan Baer hardly worked up a sweat. He's from Macy City, Newman, before he had pinned Russ Fraser, a junior from Logan Magnolia. In the opening seconds, he scored a he scored a takedown, and with 49 seconds gone in the match, he had pinned Russ Fraser. Ryan Baer is the champion. And Dick, you had a real surprise in 3A.
I'll tell you, Dean, I think we had that touchdown in 3A competition because Matt Purdy came into the competition with an 8-second fall last night in the semifinals. That's Matt Purdy of Cedar Falls. But lo and behold, Jeff Watts of Linn-Mar Marion turned the tide with 28 seconds left in the match to pin Purdy of Cedar Falls. A big surprise to all ringsiders here at the state tournament. And so your champion, Jeff Watts of Linn-Mar of Marion, at the heavyweight in 3A competition. Now, I want to send it back to Doug, but I want to tell Doug it's been a great 20 years working with you, BJ, and Dean Borg. Douglas.
Thank you, and we're going to go out to Mo Kelly. He just gave the third-place trophy in 1A to Gilbertville Don Bosco, and Mo Kelly is now announcing the second-place trophy at 1A.
And the 1A champions, 1991, 109 points, Coach Ron Peterson and Clarksville.
Was the second place team that got their trophy, and then there's Clarksville winning a championship. That's a big thrill.
Next up in Class 2A, and to make the presentation, 3 members of the Board of Control. To my near left is Raleigh Dyer, the Principal Athletic Director at Atlantic. In the middle, representing the Department of Education, is David Bechtel, and Ron Bickford, the Superintendent of Schools of Danville, is at my far left. Presenting first of all in Class 2A, third place with 69 points, Coach Tim Belvans and Washington. Washington. Down here. Here they are, third place, Washington. And the second place team award in Class 2A, 76 points. Coach Arlen Severson and New Hampton.
Arlen Severson was the coach of the year last year at New Hampton. This year he came in, had a chance to win the title. He said he won it in the consolations last year. This year he lost it in the consolations.
And our champions, Class 2A, 88 points. Coach Scott Litterer and Manchester, West Delaware.
There are a lot of people here from West Delaware to see first-year Coach Scott Litterer's team walk away with the title. He's a first-year coach. He doesn't know how to accept these trophies yet. You know, somebody's going to have to show him. I'm sure he'll learn fast.
He's here a class act, and he's really done a nice job with the team this year.
Turning now to Class 3A, presenting the awards, Terry Egan to my near right, Principal of Schools Oskaloosa. In the middle is Ron Bickford, Superintendent of Schools at Danville. And to my far right is Cal Leonard, who represents the Iowa Association of School Boards. Third place in Class 3A, they had 64 points. Coach Dick Briggs and Cedar Rapids, Jefferson.
Year in and year out, Coach Briggs is bringing those Cedar Rapids Jefferson wrestlers right up to the top.
There they are. There are the Jeff people. Mo Kelly is moving the awards from one mat to another. He's down the 3A mat now. Hard for all our cameras to keep up.
In Class 3A with 77 points, Coach Dick Bleff and Lewis Central, Council Bluffs.
Second place trophy.
And in Class 3A, the champions with 91 points, Coach Ron Gray, West Des Moines Dowling.
Well, what do you say about that team that they don't say about themselves on the mat, Doug?
It's not the first trophy, nor will it be the last that Dowling wins. As a matter of fact, they have to be favored, I think, in the dual meet championships, which are coming up after these championships here. West Des Moines, Dowling, the winner in AAA. So our champions are Clarksville and Manchester, West Delaware, and West Des Moines, Dowling. In the 1A, 2A, and 3A classes in our 20th year coverage of the Iowa High School Athletic Association's championships. It's actually the 65th annual high school championships with lots of cameras and lots of people working. Dean Borg and Dick Trotter, thank you very much for floor reports. It's great working with you again, TJ, all year long.
Always a pleasure to do it with you. You make it so easy, and I really appreciate what you've done for wrestling in Iowa with Iowa Public Television.
Well, I'll tell you, thank you, sir, and I also want to thank the best wrestling crew I know anything about anywhere. We get around a good deal, and the people at Iowa Public Television know how to take the pictures and get the action on the camera. They're better than anybody in the country because they do it more.
You got it there. They're the best in the country.
And so Doug Brooker and the whole crew. Too many people to name.
Let's do it again next year.
Bet. Let's try. Now stay tuned for our evening program schedule. And as we leave you tonight on Iowa Public Television's 20th anniversary coverage, we'd like to salute the many individuals we've seen compete at this tournament over the years. And now, for Tim Johnson, Dean Borg, and Dick Trotter, I'm Doug Brown. Good night for Iowa Public Television Sports.
In the same old way, take another picture, shoot the stars off in your own backyard. Don't
Major funding for this program was provided by Friends of Iowa Public Television. College Wrestling's 15th anniversary program is now available on home video cassette. This new 2-hour cassette is an expanded version of the original program broadcast on Iowa Public Television and is available by calling.
You're watching Iowa Public Television.
IPTV.